What is good, nerds? I am here. Sorry for the delay. Things have been a bit chaotic. I was prepping some stuff to show y'all. So I promise the delay will be worth it. We have a lot of fun things to talk about today. It's going to be a fun day. Sorry again for the delays, but I'm here now. Ping Discord. Good idea. Thank you. You ever got a note at 1 point? I'm impressed. I've heard a lot of people say that they don't watch me at 1.5 because I talk too fast. Good shit. We'll be talking about browsers in a bit. Don't worry. I did see the Terso news. I also saw somebody tagging me that they did the default deployment with Terso to AWS and all of their data got deleted. And I feel really bad for them because they're not getting the support I think they deserve. And I don't want to get in trouble with anybody, so I'm probably not going to cover that meaningfully. On the only YouTube you watch at 1x, everything else is 2.5. Love it. Interesting. I saw a new YC startup doing payment stuff that emailed or that tagged me in a Bookface post I haven't had a chance to look into just yet. Oh, yeah, the border height is slightly off there. That's a fucking painful real point. It might just be in the split view. Yeah, it's just in the split view. Annoying, but tolerable. I'll admit, I am very impressed. I did not think I would enjoy Zen quite as much as I have been. Can I turn off the previews on tabs? Like on hover? Doesn't look like it by default. First setting? Did I just not see it? Oh. No, that I want. Haha. Perfect. I am happy. We'll talk about it, don't worry. Interesting. Sure that's the right URL? What's this mod? Sewer pins. I did see this. It's not a workflow I use. I'm happy it exists, but it's not for me. I just close tabs obsessively, so I don't need it. Blind pay. Interesting. Definitely want to look into that more later. Brody Robinson. I saw his name for something yesterday. I think I even put his video in my watch later. Oh yeah, this. I was excited to watch this later. Oh, ThinkPad removed the nub? That's going to be fun. What the fuck are you doing, Lenovo? Yeah, I know. I'm not loving that part. That's the only issue. My mobile experience and my desktop experience have almost no overlap. So this is not a thing for me. Yes, if I watch later playlist gets absurd, but I almost exclusively watch videos through watch later. I don't actually watch them like by clicking them. I watch them by going to my watch later. Yeah, Payload is the shit. I love those guys. I've had ads with them before, and we'll be working a lot more in the future. Polar is, I've been talking to the Polar team. They're missing a few things I really want them to do, and I think they're going to do it. But I'm also talking to Stripe, and they might fix their problems as well. It's good. It's going to be interesting. I also saw a Reddit thread yesterday of people who were like trying to decide if I was right or wrong with my Stripe takes, which was very entertaining for me. I want to make my list of what we're covering today quick before I forget to do. The DeepSeek R1 video, there is the new cursor killer by TikTok. Switching browsers once and for all. This will be priority. This will also be priority. I think I might edit that one or have Ben do it because Ben's here right now. I've been talking about this one too much. I need to fucking film it. Anything else in here we need to do? Bun 1.2 looks exciting, but I don't really know if there's enough there for me to cover. Yeah, I feel like dot updates aren't necessarily video worthy. Zen does have DRM support. I have Widevine on here. Everybody keeps saying this, and I do have Widevine. Okay. Fine. Bun can finally bundle. I should probably make sure my audio works before we go too deep there, because I want to be able to watch that video. We'll figure that out later. If it doesn't work, I'll fix it. It'll be annoying, but I'll do it. Fix query, yeah. That's too important. That's too important. Let me thank all of the people who have been subbing since I got started. My filters broke again, because of course they did. Followers, off, cool. Let's thank everyone I missed before we got started. Gabriel starting us off strong with the 31 months of tier 3. Absolutely insane. Thank you for all of the support throughout. I did see the Tremor thing. I don't know if that's video worthy. I just don't know Tremor well enough. Let me make sure. Okay, sound is muted. Oh. Yeah, that was a good one. I did not hear about that. Interesting. Let me thank all the subs. We're going to get started. Pisoda with the 30 months. Fucking legend. Always good to see you, man. Denny DeVito with the tier 2, the few, the proud. 9 months in. Thank you for that. I got Etchver with the 2 months of Prime. Thank you so much for those. Wolf, 19 months in. Friendship ended with Arc. Damn right. We got Darzix here with the switching to IE. Thank you for the support, man. D9NM, Denim is what I'm going to call you, for 2 months. Thank you for all the support. Gprac here, 6 months in. You've been around forever. Always good to see you. Celtrius with the tier 1. Thank you for the support. We got Lucky's Games here with the Prime. Dicey Nicey with the Prime. East 4 with the Prime. Shavam. This, if I didn't know you that well, I would be very sketched out by this link. Interesting. Not something I want to figure out just yet. And we got Diffuse All with the 11 months of support. And I totally missed Dan gifting 25 subs. Jesus Christ, man. Good to see you as always. Hope all is well. Hope that our chat yesterday was helpful. Sorry I haven't gotten back to you since. I've been like beyond busy since I had a doctor's appointment. Then I went to skate. Then Ben got here. Then I had the Bun event. It's been a crazy 24 hours. I've been super busy. Also caused an outage at 6 a.m. that Mark fixed. And then shipped some additional things for T3 chat that we'll go over in a bit. And we got the 17 months of support from NinjaBit. Thank you all so much. Widevine content decryption module provided by Google Inc. I don't watch DRM content in my browser. So I don't know if this works, but it's there. Sidebar is pretty solid. Since I have it on the right, I can just leave it there. This is hilarious. It does work. It does work for me when I use Spotify. It doesn't work. I tried it with Spotify. F? No? My stream out? Huh. Rip. Hi, guys. Sorry. I've had a lot of ISP issues. Thankfully, we have a bunch of fallback, so we should be good. Sorry about that. Well, we got a lot of people here right now. I did not expect so many. That might be from the spike that happens when everyone refreshes to fix it. Yeah, I lost 492 frames there, so there definitely was a frame drop. So we've not talked about what I'm building yet, don't worry. Let's do a offset quick. We'll do 25, 30. I forgot to plug that in. Fuck. Yeah, more delayed. 34. We'll go for 25, 40. Oh, I need to deal with my T quick too. T dumped, gum dumped. Offsets 25, 40. Raw editor. I have no idea what you're talking about. Do I not? I forgot to install Pocket. Fuck. Put this in research so I don't lose it. Because I don't want for the future. Oh, lossless cut. Vivaldi's solid, but missing a lot of annoying things. So Zed or Zen? This one, no. This is my content organization Discord. T3 content planning. This is just for our team to chat. State of browsers. I think I'm just going to do a more generic, I'm done type video. So one issue I'm seeing already is all three of these need to come out in the next 2 days before their hype cycles are over. So we're going to have to go a bit ham. We'll probably have to do 2 vids today and 1 tomorrow. Or even 1 today and 2 tomorrow. But we're going to have to, like, gun these. You're up till 7 a.m.? Fuck yeah. I was up till 6. We're ready to go. I suppose that means it's time to start. Do I have any of my mods on YouTube right now? Give me one moment. Shit, I have a lot more people here than usual. Thank you all for coming through. We'll be talking about Zen, don't worry. Make sure you guys stick around if you want to hear all about the browser I'm switching to, but I really want to talk about the DeepSeek stuff. So we're going to do this first, then I'll talk about the browsers. There's a lot to say there, but this DeepSeek shit is insane. Let me find... Haha. I also want to find the DeepMind artificial data paper. I thought they did something more recent about that. Okay. Think of everything I need for the DeepSeek vid. So we're going to film that quick, then we're going to talk all about browsers. Let's get started. DeepSeek R1. DeepSeek R1. Don't worry, we'll talk all about why not Brave. We'll get to all of that. But first, DeepSeek. My browser's low res? It's not. It's just large. It's a scaled res that is based on a low res because it makes everything more visible on other platforms like mobile. And I like keeping things big on my computer. Just full screen and swap between apps. Actually, on that note, make sure I don't have things here I shouldn't. That's all fine. Let's get started. I don't want to start this one. Okay, I think I have an idea for it. The model wars have been wild, to say the least. From OpenAI to Anthropic to Meta, there are so many companies competing to make the best possible models for us to generate our AI whatever with. And historically, we've kind of been chasing the coattails of what OpenAI is up to. Today that changes, and it changes in a really meaningful way, because there's a new model that is kind of mind-blowing, and it's by an open source group out of China. The model is named DeepSeek R1, and it is breaking my brain in the things that it can do. I want to show you guys all of the reasons that this model is really interesting, how it's so cheap, why it's so compelling, and hopefully what the future of models like this might look like in the future. Before we do that, I want you guys to know this isn't just fluff. Here are some comparisons against O1, which isn't one of the cheap traditional models that you would get from ChatGPT. It's the premier cream of the crop reasoning model. And the thing that makes DeepSeek so revolutionary is that it is the first open source reasoning model. So it doesn't just spit out text, it actually thinks to itself, asks itself questions, and confirms the output before it shows you the result. The results are incredible. Before I can show you those, we need to hear a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. So first, we should probably better understand what a reasoning model is. I'm going to give the example on ChatGPT quick. Got to sign in because I'm still switching over browsers. Sign in with Google. Cool. So ChatGPT has a bunch of different models. O1 is the one that we care about here. It is an advanced reasoning model. What that means is if you ask it to do something, it's going to think about the thing before it does it. So I'll just ask it, how are oranges grown? And you'll see it is thinking, thought about orange cultivation for a second. So it didn't think about it for long. It just immediately went into an answer. But if you give it a harder question, like solve advent of code 2021, day 12 in Rust, you'll see it's thinking. And it will give you a little bit of vague information on what it's thinking. Navigating the cave system, because I'm assuming there's a cave system in this problem. Parsing and counting. So the way that these models work effectively is instead of just taking your prompt and trying to autocomplete the rest, which is effectively how most AI models work, they're just a fancy version of autocomplete using all of the words before to guess what word is most likely to be next, which works great because after a question mark, the thing after is most likely to be an answer. Here, instead, it adds a question that is, how would you solve this? So come up with a process, and then it goes through each of those steps and verifies them. It doesn't show you much of what it's doing. It gives you these tiny little blurbs that it's thinking. And since the model isn't open source or self-hostable, you have no access to it. We don't really get to see beyond this rough idea of it thinking what is going on. And it spits out an answer, all works fine. Oh, it's not even done. I consistently forget how slow ChatGPT is. Shout out T3 chat, we'll get there in a bit. This is how reasoning models work, though. One of my favorite things about the new DeepSeek model is that it's open source. And because it's open source, they're a lot more willing to just show you what it's thinking. So if we hop over here and ask the same thing, let me grab the exact prompt. Oops. Oh, yeah. You can see a bit more detail here of how it thought about these things, like what the steps it came up with were, but it's not that much info. In contrast, let's run a quick test using DeepSeek R1 on T3 chat, which is now available for all users on the $8 a month tier. DeepSeek R1. And now you see I have this folded down reasoning. We'll make the UI better. Chances are by the time you're using it, we've already fixed this. But in here, you can see the full plain text of all of the reasoning that it is doing. I need to solve Advent of Code 2021, day 12 with Rust. Let me read the problem statement again to make sure. The task is about navigating, right. So part one probably requires counting all such paths. Example has given a few test cases. Let me think about the approach. And it gives you all of the info of how it is thinking about this as it goes. This has a negative in that it's slower to get you the answer. It also has a negative that when you're doing this, it costs a good bit more in the server side because you're generating way more tokens than you would be just spitting out a traditional output. But as a result, you get much more accurate and consistent answers. But as you see, we're spending a lot of time thinking, figuring out what we actually want to do here. But it gives you so much context on how it is thinking. And this is awesome because it lets us better see where our models are stumbling, what problems it's not getting, make better prompts in order to make it more likely to generate the right answer at the end. It's real cool. It's so insane seeing this deep into how the model is thinking. I'm genuinely really impressed. That said, if you give it a hard enough problem, it will just go. Like it's still going here. On one hand, it's given us significantly more context than ChatGPT did. Here we see all it gave us was these 4 paragraphs. And what we're getting from R1 is a hell of a lot more. But now I'm scared we're going to hit a timeout before it actually finishes generating because it's so much. Jesus. I might have to I might have to bump our timeout window again. God damn it. It's a hard problem. While that's going, I kind of want to check to see if the code actually works from the ChatGPT one, because this was a hard problem. Let me sign in quick. Cool, day 12. Let me grab an input quick. I already have a Rust project locally for this. Let me check some other things quick. CD. Did I put an AOC? I did not. Make dear Rust testing. What's the cargo commit? Or the cargo like init? Oh, cool. Here we are. Day 12. Let's open this here. We got source, main, paste. Does this have a main? Cool. I'll tell this read from input.txt instead out of laziness. Yoink. Input.txt, paste. Accept. Cargo run. I forgot it. Sometimes wants that there. Nice. Let's see, first and foremost, did we actually get an answer or did it time out? Oh, cool, I got an answer. I should have timed how long that actually took, but we did ultimately end up getting an answer from R1. I'll see if it works, but first I want to see if the ChatGPT one works. So let's see. Part 2 is 146553, 53333. Look at that. Solid. And if we see if the one here works, copy, paste. Oh no, did it not finish the code output? Oh no. Did it die right before finishing it? Oh. Rip. If it timed out, it would have errored on my end, almost certainly. Took 291 seconds. Error. Oh, no, that's the Cloudflare stuff. That's the new title. Huh. Interesting. That's a little sad. Here's what we'll do. We'll tell V3, finish the code from before. Let's see if the finished version here will work. Do we have a main? Yes, we do. I've seen so many different ways to import. Cool. So finishing up with DeepSeek v3 worked. Kind of funny to do it that way. But I am going to test one last thing, which is giving the same prompt for a relatively hard advent of code problem to a dumber model. Gave it to 4.0 mini. See if it can solve it. Copy. Paste. It could not. Joyous. And obviously, everyone's favorite, we'll test it with Claude. I'm so happy to have an AI chat that doesn't suck. Someone who's been playing with these things a lot more. I'm so annoyed with everyone else's UIs. And look at that. They got it wrong as well. Even a advanced, smart, super powerful model like Claude can't successfully solve this problem. This is why these reasoning models are magic. It's like, oh, sure, generate a solution. It's the only model that is able to successfully generate a solution to a problem of this difficulty, which is really cool. This is now the difference between models that can help with small things but not solve hard problems, and now they can solve much harder problems. It's super impressive. Well, I had a bunch of other specific things I wanted to show with it. As I mentioned before, it's open source. That doesn't mean all of everything they use to train it is there for you to use, but it does mean the model itself can be downloaded and run. I've seen people running this on their phones already, which is nuts. It's one of the lighter models, but it's still really powerful. I also haven't talked about the price, which is one of the more exciting things. Honestly, I made a LinkedIn post about this that I would like to reference because it was good. Give me 1 second to get in there. Here we are. By the way, I'm such an AI guy now that I'm even posting on LinkedIn about it. I'm so sorry for my sins. But I wanted to talk about this part. With O1, 1 million input tokens costs $15. With R1, it costs 55 cents. 1 million output tokens with O1 is $60. And with R1, it's $2.19. That's insane. That is unbelievable difference. This is cheaper than Claude is. Sonnet is $3 for a million in and $15 for a million out. DeepSeek is 55 cents for a million in and $2.19 for a million out. Are you kidding? Do you understand how monumental this is? This fundamentally changes when using these really smart models makes sense to do on like a deep level. Why can't I click to see what this is a reply to? I'm actually curious. Does it work in this view maybe? No? Interesting to see to forward DeepSeek's R1's thinking tokens into Sonnet. Ooh, that's an actually really interesting suggestion. What if we took how DeepSeek thought and handed that as additional context over to Claude? Let's give that a go. I'm actually very curious. So we have this reasoning dump here. Let's copy the whole thing. Okay, scroll containers are hard. I wish I had an easier way to do this right now. We'll add a feature for this in the future. I am in so much pain right now. I've never been so ashamed of my own service. It actually would have been faster to like quickly implement a copy button. I hate myself. Okay, it's long enough. We're just going to shift click it. If I shift click the bottom, that'll select the whole thing, right? Cool. And can I plain text dump this and have it kind of work? Cool. Solve advent of code 2021, day 12 in Rust. Here's some thoughts on how to do it. Paste a lot of text. Hope that is not outside of the context window. Let's see if using the context that was generated by R1, if we can get a decent answer. Cool. This looks to be a really interesting test. Holy shit, that worked. Clever chat. So the term for all of that thought, all of the dump that was there, all the reasoning is chain of thought. It's the thought that the code went through, or it's the thought that the model went through before generating a result. And what's interesting with this model is they're doing a lot of different things with that. If you check out their GitHub, they're very transparent about how they're doing this and what they're thinking about. I was expecting them to build this almost entirely around the DeepSeek v3 model because it's a good model. But what surprised me here is that they actually created 6 dense models distilled from DeepSeek R1 based on Llama and Qwen. Llama's the meta model that's open source, and Qwen is one from, I believe it's ByteDance. Wait, no, I think it's Alibaba. Let me make sure I got that right. Yeah, Alibaba. Llama's the model from Meta, as we all hopefully know by now, but Qwen is the model from Alibaba, of all places. And it's actually pretty good. But when you take advantage of the reasoning layer in front to hand it more context and ask itself more questions, the result is kind of insane. Like to have a Code Forces score that is right at the same line as OpenAI's best in class for literally 96% cheaper, insane. How could they possibly ever have done this? I have to go on a tangent to explain that. But first, I want to make sure. I saw somebody link a Simon thing in here that I want to have. Interesting. I'll play with that later for sure. But what I want to do now is Excalidraw. I think I sent you on GitHub originally. Fingers crossed. I did. I've heard Excalidraw might be slow in Firefox. To be determined. Only one way to find out, you know. How DeepSeek is different. I wanted to do a video about M3, or I wanted to do a DeepSeek video about version 3 when it dropped because it was so interesting, but it wasn't quite enough to cover. It's actually one of the biggest inspirations for me to make the whole of T3 chat. Originally, T3 chat only supported DeepSeek, but as the model got slower to respond and I wanted to really have a fast experience, I made the last minute call to move us over to O1. But sadly, DeepSeek's v3 model started to get slower. Tangent we'll get to. So I made the last minute call to switch us to 4.0 mini. That said, I've been really impressed with what DeepSeek is doing because they're doing it very different. The biggest difference for how DeepSeek works is that they're training on generated data. This is a big change. There's a quote from Ilya that's been haunting me for a while now. Ilya said in a presentation recently that data is the fossil fuel powering the AI world. And he's so right that it hurts my brain. What that statement means is, effectively, all LLMs are really, really advanced autocomplete. So if you're typing on your iPhone, hey man, whatcha? And then wait, your iPhone will start making suggestions for what word is next based on all of the other things you've typed in the model it has created on your phone based on its knowledge and history of what word is most likely to come after whatcha with this context. And you know the meme where you just hammer the recommended next word button to see what your phone thinks about you. It's effectively that. And it turns out if you ask a question like, how do you solve this problem? Or a better one I've been using, how are oranges grown? If you have enough context from the entirety of the internet, the thing that is most likely to be immediately following a question is an answer. And it's probably pretty likely that the next word is oranges. And then more things. But it is almost entirely based on the probability scanning this insane amount of data of what is most likely to be next. This is a gross oversimplification. The point being, this will give you a rough mental model of how these things work. They are trying to find the most likely next word based on the previous words. In order for this to work, you need to have an insane amount of data. So OpenAI and Anthropic and all the other companies that were early enough scraped all of the data they could find on the web. So if you have all of this data on the web, we'll say conservatively, half is accessible. The other half is inaccessible. Either it's paid-walled, it's behind off walls, it's dead links, it's whatever. But conservatively, you could maybe argue that half-ish of the web was accessible for them to fetch data from and train. There were places like Reddit and Twitter that were super generous with their APIs where you could just hit the Twitter fire hose and get an event on every single tweet that was public. That was crazy. And on Reddit, you could just kind of hit their APIs however you wanted, and they didn't care. These companies changed that because they saw all of the value being generated by these platforms. If OpenAI theoretically cost both Twitter and Reddit a couple $100,000 in API calls, it's probably a little less, but it's probably not that far off. Reddit gets nothing for that. Twitter gets nothing for that. And OpenAI is now capable of replacing both. Same with Stack Overflow. Users over time. There's been a lot of numbers being posted of how Stack Overflow is declining. And if you look at the dates, Stack Overflow's decline started... that's wrong. Are these posts old? Yeah, these are old. Not useful. Yeah. Here we go. Pretty much since ChatGPT came out, the usage of Stack Overflow has been plummeting. Even during COVID, where you'd think there are more people programming at home, they don't have coworkers to ask, numbers plummeted because so many people are just moving to AI tools. And those AI tools are largely trained on Stack Overflow and things like it. So it's kind of cannibalizing the market around it. Yeah, kind of insane to see how steep this decline has been since these tools got really popular. But you can also, hopefully from this, understand why companies like Reddit, Stack Overflow, and Twitter would no longer want to give this data away for free. So the crazy thing that's happened is maybe this is what the split looked like when Anthropic and ChatGPT collected their data and started training. I would bet it's looking more like this now. Less and less data is accessible. If you wanted to scrape everything you could on the web in order to, or if you wanted to scrape everything you could from the web in order to make your own model, you would have a better time doing that in 2020 than you would right now. There is less accessible data, even though there is more data. But all this data kind of does live somewhere. All of this data, all of the stuff that was accessible on the web has effectively been in a way, condensed. If we have this giant pool of accessible data, let's say it's this big, the data OpenAI used. If theoretically all of that data is this big, just for reference, you can still kind of access it, just not in the traditional sense. You can't go scrape it, but it's in here. It's embedded in the OpenAI models. So what if you get it out by asking? What if instead this data was used to train something smaller, but it contained most of what existed? This smaller thing is the OpenAI model trained on the data. This might be a lot smaller, but it should contain this might be a lot smaller, but it should realistically contain the majority of the value of the data that it was trained on. Where things get much more interesting is when you realize that if you can't get this, one of your best bets is actually going to be to go this way instead. If you can't access the data that OpenAI used, what if you use the thing they trained that is a distilled set of that to generate more data? Maybe use it to generate way more data. This data, this sources of truth, this everything that powered ChatGPT and OpenAI originally, can be used to generate a ton more data. So this is what they did with DeepSeek. DeepSeek was trained on generated data. Let me make that bigger. You know, I'll just do that. Yeah. So using the existing models, they can generate all of the data they could theoretically need. And your thought might be, oh, that sounds terrible. Why would you want to use synthetic data for something like this? There's no way that's as good as human data. Well, I have some good, or depending on who you are, potentially bad news. Google disagrees. Google has a DeepMind arm that is doing research similar to what OpenAI does to figure out what makes sense and what does and doesn't work when trying to train these models. And they did a study in April of last year on best practices and lessons on synthetic data for language models. And most people's expectation here was it might work, but probably not that well. If we scroll down here to the conclusion, synthetic data has emerged as a promising solution to address the challenges of data scarcity, privacy concerns, and the high cost in AI development. By generating realistic and diverse data sets, synthetic data enables the training and evaluation of AI models at scale across various domains. As we approach human level or even superhuman level intelligence, obtaining synthetic data becomes even more crucial, given that models need better than average human quality data to progress. However, ensuring the factuality, fidelity, and lack of bias in synthetic data remains a critical challenge. Interesting. I'm seeing a lot of good chatter here, actually. What white paper are you talking about? Drop a link. I don't think R1's going to raise prices. V3 is. Yeah, this is going to be raised soon. But Reasoner is fixed price. I'm having a lot of blips with the internet. I might switch over to a different ISP in a minute. We'll see how it goes for a bit. Yeah, fuck Xfinity. New white paper. Oh, agents. Interesting. I wish I had Pocket set up so I could save this. I'm just going to drop this in here for now. so I don't lose it. Oh, I need to change that command. Set command browser. It's complicated. I have heard about 5.4. It looks very interesting. I'm excited to be able to try it soon. What did Olama drop? What was the link though? Firecrawl. Oh. Not interesting here. I thought there was another thing about Google DeepMind's research. I haven't seen this. Oh, this is for diffusion models. Very interesting. I thought that I saw at some point another thing that like people had talked about with DeepSeek that DeepMind, that Google had more interesting things about that, but I can't find it. I don't remember it. I'm going to stop pretending I can find it. Let's go back to Excalibur. Let's titles before I forget to rename scene to DeepSeek thought. Cool. So this has some interesting side effects. The most fun one is if you go to DeepSeek, their system prompt isn't super smart. Wrong place. Let me go to here. Yeah. Give me 1 sec to sign into all this. Cut me going here. Phase. Cool. The fact that DeepSeek's trained on synthetic data manifests in interesting ways. What model are you? Oh, they updated their system prompt. Previously, it would not do this. Let's do a new chat. Yeah. They have since updated their system prompt to be very strict about this because previously that was not the case. I know that because I can change our system prompt very quick. Let me do that. This should be fun. Route API chat. Get text stream. Let me just comment out the system prompt. Go to local. Cool. No system prompt. What model are you? Okay, they changed it on their API side. That is funny. Previously, you could ask DeepSeek what model it was, and it would confidently spit out that it was ChatGPT. What's also fun is if you ask it, or if you ask Foro Mini, what model are you? It says it's GPT-3. Because most of these models aren't smart enough to know what they are, because they're just trained on data. They're not trained on the thing that the developers wanted in the same literal... It cut all of that. You get the point. These models don't know what they are. They just know the data they have. It's very funny to ask them what they think they are because Foro Mini thinks it's GPT-3 based. DeepSeek v3 used to confidently think it was GPT-4 because they trained it on so much data from GPT-4. And if inside of your generated data, if one of the little tiny facts in here, because it's literally just infinite numbers of questions and answers, if one of them is, what model are you? And the answer they have most common for that is, I'm ChatGPT, or I'm GPT v4 or GPT-4 or whatever. If this exists in here hundreds of times, it doesn't matter what else you put in for the most part. It's going to resource and make decisions based on what the most common thing it has in here is. And if they trained it on a shitload of questions and generated a shitload of answers, it's going to struggle. Yeah. But those are small costs to what is otherwise a pretty big win. One way to think about this that I have felt makes a lot of sense, that has helped me with my own understanding, is to think of this kind of like image compression, where if you were to literally take a picture, like you took an image, and let's be conservative. Let's say it is 3 by 3. It's 9 pixels. Obviously, pictures are usually a lot more than 9 pixels, unless they're streaming on Twitch. But you get the idea. So we have this very accurate pixel grid, and all of these pixels have a value. Let's say this one is blue. You can say this one's also blue. So this one is orange. This one's orange. Cool. You get the idea. We have this picture. It has 7 blue pixels and 2 orange pixels. This in and of itself is actually a decent bit of data to store. To have the full hex code, the 6-digit hex number for each of these spots times the number of pixels, that's a lot of data. And when you have enough pixels, it's rough. So what you often end up doing is finding ways to group it or reduce it. A common one is you'll take a section, like a group of 4 like this, and you'll average it. So you'll say this group of 4 averages to blue, just make it blue. This group of 4 averages to a perfect split between blue and orange, so make it a split. And different ones will have different values. You can see how this works with certain colors very well. This is going to be a weird example, but it's one that comes to mind immediately because I just saw this. And going through multiple layers of YouTube progression, going through multiple layers of YouTube compression is going to make it even funnier. So stick with me. It's worth it. I was watching a Young Lean music video on my OLED TV a few days ago and was horrified, like disgusted at the quality of the black and gray compression. Let me find a nice muddy moment. There's a lot of them in this. Oh, yeah. No, the quality of the stream didn't go down. No, the quality of this video isn't low. You are really watching a 4K video, but the compression of the grays is inexcusable. There's like 3 colors of gray around him in a lot of these scenes. Like here, it's so blotchy. It's unbelievable. Look at that. There is 4 colors in this gradient. Are you like, holy hell. And this isn't even just a normal like 1080p HD upload. This is in the enhanced bitrate. It still compresses down to like 4 colors. And you end up with these awful blotches that just drive you insane. This even hurts our videos a lot because I have my black background. And chances are, if you look at this, when I'm looking at it in my monitor, it looks great. But when you see the compression for it, it's going to look blotchy as hell. And there's nothing we can do about that because the compression is aggressive and it sees colors that are similar. And instead of putting each line for those individual pixels, instead of specifying this pixel is this gray, this one right next to it's a slightly different gray, gradients are really hard to compress because there's a lot of different colors in the range. This means anything that changes quickly or has a range of numbers in a small area, especially things like confetti, suck to compress. And seeing this Young Lean video at the very least made me feel better about the quality of the grays in my videos because I'm not the only one. And even on high bitrate options on YouTube, the colors get screwed. So why are we this deep talking about compression of colors in images when we're talking about AI? This is the model I've been using mentally to better understand why the synthetic data thing is good. First and foremost, you could argue that the way OpenAI trained, having all of this data and then squeezing it into a large language model, it's effectively a method of compression. When you take a large video that is the immediate literal frame data, like when I'm filming on my fancy camera with all iframes, each frame has the option to generate with every single pixel's exact value. Funny enough, that makes video editing easier because your editor doesn't do as much work, but it makes moving the files impossible because it would be like a terabyte instead of 15 megabytes. Transcoding that large video file with every single pixel encoded to a compressed format is a thing that takes actual compute, usually GPU compute. Traditionally, the chips on your device that do that video encode would be on the graphics encoder, on your graphics card. One of the reasons I'm on NVIDIA for all my encoding for my streams is because they have a chip called the NVENC encoder that does a really good job of taking a frame with exact pixels and then turning that into a somewhat compressed image. That's the same reason that GPUs are used to train these models. They are trying to take this complex, massive data set and compress it to something way smaller that is effectively a map between the actual data within it so that a smaller, simpler computer can decode it. If you have a video that has all of this data, and it's a ton of data, and you re-encode it to something way simpler, we'll say instead you have a smaller grid that's like a grid of 4 things. So I'll delete 2 of the lines, delete 2 of the values, move these. I'll just retake this part once I get it right. This would have been a lot easier if I did a grid of 4x4 instead of 3x3. So just stick with me, guys. You will understand the concept even if the diagrams suck. Let's say that your compression turns it to this and then turns this into a really simple string of BBBO. Now you have this much, much smaller output that doesn't have 6 digits of hex per pixel. Instead, it has 4 digits total. Now you need something to transform this back. And it turns out taking this compressed thing and making it back into something close to the original video is a lot less work than taking the original video and compressing it into that format. So for the task of going from a raw video where every pixel is encoded to something much smaller that most devices can play that uses way less storage and bandwidth, that takes a decent bit of encode power. Going the other way, way simpler. Taking the nearly infinite amount of data that OpenAI is training on and compressing it into something digestible takes an unfathomable level of scale. It takes an insane amount of compute, and it's the reason that NVIDIA makes the money they make now. Once you've done that, though, actually running the model is nowhere near as bad. It still is challenging. It's not like you could run O1 on a phone, but you could run smaller versions of R1 on a phone, which is pretty cool. But if you use this result now, this thing that is much simpler, to generate even more data, and then you use this to train something, oops, scroll too far. And then you use this to train something even smaller than what OpenAI built. If you have enough data to practice and optimize your compression with, it's not necessarily that more data means less compression, because if you can make this data fit a shape and a pattern, it's a lot easier to compress. SVGs are way higher fidelity than a PNG for certain things, because it's telling you where to draw the line, not which pixels are where. And if you can use this model, this compressed thing, to generate data that compresses more easily, you end up making something much more efficient, like DeepSeek V3. And this model is insane. Even with the price hike that they're about to do, it's 7 cents per million tokens and 27 cents per million output tokens. Sorry, it's 27 cents per million input. That's the cache layer. Cool, retake. Even once they change the price, it's going to be 27 cents per million input tokens and $1.10 per million out. I would say that DeepSeek's V3 model is most comparable to what's being offered by Anthropic's 3.5 Sonnet. We're talking a change from $3.75 for input. Sorry, we're talking about a change of $3 per million tokens to 27 cents and $15 per million output to $1.10. That's insane. And I honestly think the quality of this model is comparable to what you get out of Claude and Anthropic. Insane. And they got there with a ton of synthetic data. I think this represents a significant change in how models will be created. It is now effectively possible to put the open back in OpenAI by using their model to generate data that you then expose via an open source model that anyone can use for free. Insane. But I do want to dive a tiny bit into conspiratorial land. I don't know if I'll even put this in the video. It's probably going to get me in a bit of trouble. What we're not talking about much is this arrow. Because when you create this data, you have the ability to massage a lot of things. I've learned a lot as I've played with system prompts. And if you are generating 100% of the data that is being used, you can do a heavy amount of filtering of this data by injecting a system prompt between OpenAI and your data pool. Let's say, theoretically, there was a cartoon character that your government didn't like. I don't know. We'll just say Piglet. Let's say, for some reason, your government didn't like Piglet. You might be able to say, never, ever, ever, under any circumstance, mention the cartoon character Piglet. And now, despite having more data than OpenAI trained on, you're now able to influence this in a way that you can't simply system prompt around. Now, if I was to try and make something like, even if I built my own system prompt on top of V3, and I said, list all of the Disney characters, if in its data, it's never seen Piglet because it was filtered out via a system prompt ahead of time, this model now has a bias intentionally embedded within it that allows you to effectively remove things from the data sources. And if this model is so much better than anything else that you can get, and it's open source, you're now able to effectively bias the entire community of people building around these tools. Because at this point in time, it is effectively irresponsible to not be using DeepSeek models if they are an option available to you for the things that you're doing, because they are so much cheaper, they are often faster, and as long as you're not asking about a theoretical cartoon character that they don't like or other things they might have biased in, if you're just asking it about code, it does a phenomenal job. Obviously, OpenAI could theoretically have put their own filters on the data here. In fact, they certainly had to make the data high enough quality to train against. But it's a lot easier to inject a system prompt before generating a bunch of data. And the crazy thing here is you can inject additional biases. You can tell it to favor something. And while you could filter data that doesn't favor the thing you want, now you can generate data that does. If you theoretically hated React and really liked Vue, and you didn't want this model to recommend React by default, you could tell it to not ever recommend React code and always recommend Vue. And now when somebody says, how should I get started to code? This will have a different result in the output. This is all fascinating. This is a very interesting chain of events that results in a model that is way cheaper, way more efficient, way better compressed. It's like the AV1 of AI. But it also means that the owner of the training for this model can do things that we might not like, and most importantly, that we cannot see, because they're not even showing us this synthetic data pool. All they are doing is telling us that they used one, and then they are giving us this output. It's a fascinating thing to be considerate of, the biases that go into both the data that they find and filter, as well as the data that they generate and train on, that you should be considerate of as you use, consume, and think about these models. So do your best to at least think about the biases that might have been present with the creators who made these things, because there's a real concern here that a lot of the investment going on into DeepSeek, and the reason that they're making it so cheap and open source, is because they want it to become the default model. And the reason that's beneficial is any biases they've trained into it are now going to be the default for every single thing that recommends and uses this model. Interesting thing that means I hope we get better open source models trained all around the world on different data and in different ways. Just a thing worth considering. But in the end, I'm blown away. The fact that we can get this level of reasoning that is this open and transparent for what it is doing and how it is doing it, that is consumable and reasonably fairly priced, so much so that we can offer it on our $8 a month tier for T3 chat. That's so cool. You can now get what is benchmarks-wise the best model ever built, and you can do it all for $8 a month through here. That's incredible. The fact that we can even offer that price when ChatGPT and Claude, or the fact that we can even offer a price like that without dying, while meanwhile OpenAI is losing money on their $200 a month subscription, is just insane. And what this means for the future, and what this means for crazy things like, retake on that. And what this means for the future and for crazy things like a reasoning model that has different sub-models it will use for each step. The fact that you can generate these things on your phone now. The fact that this is all a race to the bottom in price and a race to the top in quality. It's going to be a crazy year for AI stuff. And that video I did a while back about how AI isn't meaningfully improving is the dumbest thing I've said in a long time. I'm genuinely excited for the future. If you are too, go give T3 Chat a shot. If you want to try these things, we will be going out of our way to continue adding all of the most state-of-the-art solutions for you to play with, experiment with, and see the best of the best. This has been a fun dive for me, and I hope it was for you as well. Let me know what you guys think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Do I still have the LinkedIn post up here? I do. Cool. I'm going to do a new intro quick. OpenAI should be scared right now. There's a new player in the open source model space that isn't just close to ChatGPT performance. It's beating it in a lot of ways, and it is comically cheaper too. And I mean comically cheaper. We're talking about, wrong place. Yeah. And I mean comically cheaper. We're talking a reduction from $15 per million tokens to 55 cents and $60 per million output tokens to $2.19, 96% cheaper. And instead of being worse, let me actually open, none of that's what I wanted to open. I had the GitHub open. Where is it? Here it is. And it's not worse. In fact, it's often a little bit better than O1, the most high-end model that OpenAI currently offers. And this is on GitHub because it's an open model that you can download and do whatever you want with. There are catches, but there are incredible things going on here too. As the first, as far as I'm concerned, production-ready reasoning model, there is so much interesting stuff to go in here. As the first, as far as I know, ready for production open source reasoning model, there are so many interesting nuances to go into here, and I'm really excited to do all of that with you. From comparing performance to other models to showing just how good it is, as well as diagramming out all the things that are good, bad, and ugly about it, how it works, why you might want to be careful, and a whole lot more. Stick around. Before we can do that, a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. I like that intro a lot more. Anything else in here I really need to keep a link for? What are you asking, Malix? Yeah, I don't know if R2 will be same as O3. We're so far from any of that. Do I want to put my LinkedIn post in there? YOLO. Put my own LinkedIn post in my description. Is there an easier way to link straight to this? Haha. Really? I hate Notion sometimes. Cool, there we go. I'm not going to put the Young Lean song in as a source, as funny as that be. I'll put the DeepMind paper in. I just accidentally closed Notion. One done. How are we doing on viewership? We still got a lot of y'all here. Thank you all for sticking around. I will stop baiting y'all and start talking about browsers, because I know that's what you guys are here for. Let me thank all my subs quick first, and then we will start that. We got Party tonight with the Prime. Thank you so much for that. I think I already got you Ninja Bit regardless. Appreciate you a ton. Effective Change, great username. Thanks for the Prime sub. We got Zux here with the Tier 1. Thank you so much. Yeah, the streaks thing's annoying. I'm sorry, man. We got Mitchell here with the 25 months. And we got Magger Top Fen, 95 with the Prime. Thank you all for the support. What is this? Interesting. When did this drop? 2 days ago. Very interesting. You're here to learn how to grow oranges. I don't know why I like that system or that like test prompt so much. It's been very fun. Oh, Cursor added DeepSeek. Fuck yeah. I was asking them and a few others to do it. I'll actually play with that. I've been trying to use O1 more for like the really hard tasks that I just don't feel like thinking about. And it's been surprisingly nice. So I'll try R1 for that too. Oh, I forgot to vent about one of my most aggressive annoyances. Marker extra for DeepSeek vid. Cool. This, I don't know if will actually fit in the video anywhere. Early apologies to whoever ends up doing this vid edit. Probably going to be me, but it might be someone else. I'm sorry to whoever ends up getting stuck with it. I was spending a lot of time on the AI artificial analysis. Let me filter this better. That's fine. There's a lot of models here I don't care about. I'll leave one Llama model in. I'm going to remove Gemini 1.5 because it sucks. Remove Claude, remove Mistral because it's old. Remove all of the Amazon ones because they are all garbage. And yeah, it looks like DeepSeek R1 isn't in here yet. It'll get in here eventually. Cool. Not sure if this will fit in the video anywhere for us to figure out later. I've been spending a lot of time on artificial analysis. This is one of the few sites that does a good job of actually giving you real benchmarks for a ton of different things. One of the real interesting things I learned from spending a lot of time in here is about DeepSeek. Obviously, as you look here at the performance, and this is filtered to only be like really good models, it's consistently performing near the top. It's like right neck and neck with Claude for most things. There are certain places where it suffers, isn't quite as good. And obviously, the reasoning models like O1 are going to be slightly stronger overall. But the thing that I learned about DeepSeek that's been really painful and sad is in the speed that it does output tokens. I care a lot about speed more than most AI bros because I want a good user experience. And if we look here at output speed, you'll see something interesting. O1 minis, 217 tokens per second. GPT-4o mini is 77 tokens per second, which is sus because we're a lot faster, which we'll get to. But also DeepSeek v3 is at 17. When I started using DeepSeek, it was over 90. And this is the only time I've ever seen this. But if you look at the output speed over time, when DeepSeek v3 dropped and you could use it through their API, you could consistently get 90 tokens per second, and it has slowly plummeted. So through their API, it gets about 40. And since it's open source, there's other providers. Oops. And since it's open source, there are other providers like Together, Firework, Hyperbolic, but none of them are even breaking 30 tokens per second with it. That's insane. A lot of them are actually quite low, like getting 10 TPS, which is not a good experience at all. It's just, it feels terrible. But it can go fast. I think they're just dealing with insane amounts of traffic, and their self-hosted DeepSeek API has gotten slow enough that it's no longer the default in T3 chat. The other fun thing, and I almost don't know if I want to show this to you guys because it's one of the secret sauce pieces that makes T3 chat feel so good. If we go to 4.0 Mini, OpenAI's models can only be hosted one place, which is Azure, because Microsoft has a partnership with OpenAI. So if you're not using OpenAI's API, the only other place you can get their models is through Azure. But since, unlike OpenAI, Azure is actually relatively competent at hosting, you end up with meaningfully faster output speeds on Azure, sometimes comically so. It looks like Azure had a huge drop. Maybe their thing for testing it broke or overflowed. But from our experience, we've been consistently in the 180 to 200 range, which is double or more the speed you get from OpenAI. So yeah, if you want to use OpenAI's models and have them be a little more reliable and a lot faster, good luck with Azure, because it's not fun, but it works. So yeah. Yeah. Not sure if that'll even go in the video. Thought it was interesting. Let's talk about browsers before everyone kills me. Sorry, YouTube. Appreciate y'all for sticking around. Let me make sure I didn't miss any. I'll just put it fan funding here. Oh shit, Mitchell, thank you for joining T3 Club. And Arfan, is there any chance I can cover with some scientists a video about quantum processors and how gates work? I want to. And if I can find someone that I'm confident would like do a good job of making me understand well enough to do it with my audience, I'm down. But the people who can explain this are at a level of thinking that I am not, and I would not consider myself competent enough to distill it further. Like someone who can distill it to me is rare enough that I'm not confident I could then distill it again to everyone. I want to, but I don't think I can. What did you link for Pocket here? For my sanity. Yeah, it's not built into Zen, I don't think. I'm a big Pocket fan. I was just going to install the extension. I'll figure it out later. We are going to start complaining about Arc. Oh, shit. This is extensions.pocket. I'm the one Pocket user. I'm considering building my own or moving to super memory, but I like Pocket. I'm assuming I have to restart for that. Nope. Zen. Okay, how do I access it? I did do this originally, funny enough. I just lost it somehow. An updated profile? Not sure what you're talking about. I'll figure out Pocket later. Customize toolbar. Haha. There we go. I am happy. I am very happy. Let me go test it by opening this guy that I want to read later. Activate Pocket and Zen. Let me sign into my account quick. The sign-in flow for this is so garbage too. I've signed into Pocket like 4 times. I keep changing browsers. That's great. The autofill for 1Password is breaking now. We love that. Cool. Now, yay, we're good. Thank you, chat, for helping me get that working the way I want to. Oh, shit. You know, our schedules, the sync between our schedules is great. It's super awesome. Thank you so much for the raid. It's been a fun stream so far. We're about to go all in talking about the browsers that I've been exploring and the hell I've been through with Arc. I do not have a video on it. I do not recommend it to anyone. I don't think people should be on Pocket. It is not in a good state. Oh, God. Oh, God. I am so sorry. I don't want to go to my homepage on Twitter. That's dangerous. x.com/Theo. I want to find my tweets about this as my starting point reference. Media. Here is the starting point. Oh, my Zen profile was made on old version. How do I reset that? I've been pretty happy overall, and I don't want to have to fight other things in it. Bottom left of the sidebar. Ah. Let me... What have I done? What have I done here? Oh no. Do I have my other instance still? Sure. Next, DDG. Now I have to change other things. Can I? Okay, that appears to have worked. I'll deal with that all later. I'm sorry that my setup isn't ideal, that the new tab's in the wrong place or whatever, but for the most part, it's exactly how I want it, so I don't care that much. It's actually surprising how solid it is overall. I'm going to close all instances and reopen quick. Switch to my other profile. I did kill the close, which is a little annoying. I don't have a good way to close one window now because I've killed the close buttons. I just moved that UI out entirely. I actually don't have a good way to close because I hid that UI. Normally I don't have to. God, I have really put myself in between a rock and a hard place with this, haven't I? Command-Shift-Q will just close. No, that closes everything. That sleeps my computer. Okay, Command-Shift-W did it. Nice. Cool. We're good. I'm happy. Maybe I'm not. It just broke my open-close hotkey. What the fuck's happening? My hotkeys are gone. Why did you guys have me do that? I was so happy, and now I am not. Now I am quite angry. This broke things, and I am not happy about it. This broke things badly, and I am very not happy about it. How do I unvertical split? Control. I don't have an alt key. No. Square in the URL bar. Oh, there we go. Thank you. That goes there. This splits below. Creating a new profile is gonna, yeah, it did. It fucked things up bad. I don't know why I let you guys tell me to do that right now. It's pissing me off a lot, actually. I'm very upset. I was very happy, and now I am not. I have the hotkey here. Why is my hotkey broken now? I reset it twice. No. I did totally close and open. I made the mistake of listening to a chatter when I was happy with my setup, and now I'm very unhappy. So, yeah, my bad. Fucking hell. Outdated. Make it clear that that's the outdated one. And main, my main one. So this is default. We're just going to have to deal with this now because everything is broken and I'm pissed off. Oh, I'm going to lose my one password, all my signed in states, all my fucking everything. Fuck you guys. Why did you do this to me? I was happy and now I'm pissed. And my animation kill is gone? No. Why did you do this to me? Why are my hotkeys broken? I was so happy. Like, I can't film this video now because I'm just going to be pissed off the whole time. So whoever made me do this, you just ruined the video. Okay, I reset the keyboard defaults and it didn't do anything. I'm on the same profile. I just made a second profile, but now my main profile is broken by making a second one. It's like, does anyone have any idea why my hotkey stopped working here? No. Delete. It worked once. I guess I get to spend the next 30 minutes making this profile work. Okay, we're going to make a to-do list of the things we need to fucking undo and fix. Theo's pissed off list of Zen things we have to fix as a group now because he made the mistake of listening to a chatter. Okay, we need to kill animation on sidebar. We need to move sidebar to right while also disabling the menu hover bar on top. Some weird hidden flag. We need to fix one password. This will suck. Need to make my workspaces. Content. Okay. First and foremost, how do I kill the animation on the sidebar? Because I hate it and I want it gone forever. I want most of these animations gone. And I had most of them gone before. Oh, did I lose all my Zen mods? I lost all my Zen mods too. Are you kidding? I don't have a backup of my profile, guys. I don't obsessively back up my computer every night. And I figured this out last night at 4 a.m. anyways. Restore from where? I have the old profile. I didn't change the old profile. I made a new profile and just making the new one broke the old one. Okay. Chatters are helping. I'm going to open up a browser that's stable first. Vivaldi it is. Okay, let's go through the list. God, I love Twitch chat. Is this an about config? Wrong browser. False. Cool. That's one thing down. I love that I changed to a default profile and it still opens the old one. That's a really cool thing. Okay, what's the window Chrome one? Zen browser. Someone help me with this yesterday. These guys talk a lot. Window controls. That's what I was looking for here. Why is this happening still? Window controls. No window controls. True. Cool. And now if I tab on the right, that still does that. Oh, is it because compact mode doesn't default hide both? How do I change that? Why does it always open the wrong profile? I changed the default. Okay, we're adding that to the list. The new default should open when I open the fucking browser. I'm not fucking reinstalling. I'll end stream before I reinstall. It is set to the default. It got unset as the default somehow. Let's make sure it actually opens as the default now. Do I have a Zen open? Cool. All Zens are killed. Zen. Yay. Progress. Why does the hotkey not work? It worked perfectly earlier, and now it only collapses. It won't open. Nothing is hijacking my keyboard shortcut. My keyboard shortcut worked for the first hour and a half of stream, and then it stopped working because I clicked this button in the corner. And since I clicked this button the first time, the hotkeys no longer worked. Escape doesn't do anything. I don't know what the fuck you think you're saying. The hotkey works to collapse it. It doesn't work to uncollapse it. So if I turn off compact mode, it doesn't do anything. I don't have any, I have nothing. This is a fresh profile. Shift Command P, different hotkey, nothing. Sorry, I didn't save it by hitting escape. Nothing. It opens new windows. That time Shift Command D worked to open it again, and now I can't close it anymore. So the hotkey works a single time. What's the other? Is there another way to turn compact mode on and off? Okay, compact mode off. It's still hiding. How do I make it stop hiding when this is not on? Okay, it worked once. The hotkey works one time. I just pressed it and it hid, and now it doesn't work anymore. If I can't get an answer that isn't, do you have an extension installed doing it? then we're done. We're not doing this video this week. What's the animate sidebar thing again? I was saying that's what's fucking it up. Have any Zen open? I don't. Cool. Okay, so even though previously I could turn off the animation and it was fine, doing it now breaks it. Does that mean that my old profile works again? Please tell me that means my old profile works again. Cool. Even though this worked totally fine earlier, for some reason that is beyond anyone here, I'm 100% confident in that fact, making the new profile caused the animation disable that I had on to entirely break my Zen instance. And turning the animation back on fixed it. Was there just an update? Yeah. Okay, so the new profile also triggered an update, and the update is what broke this. I can work with this. I'm annoyed, but I can work with this. My top bar thing's still the way I want it to be. Cool, it is. I can live with this. If you think this is my first hiccup with Zen, you have not watched me try in the past. It's fine. I'll send a Mac to one of you guys. Just tell me who the best person is. I'll literally send it. I want this browser to win. I feel like if I film the video now, I'm going to be annoyed. But it's also more honest. So, like, to be fair to everybody who's skeptical because of what I just went through, I am using a bunch of custom flags. I'm not surprised that they break things. If I wasn't using all of these custom flags, I would probably be a lot better off. They all talking about me? I like you guys. You mean well. You're actually trying to be helpful. This is the main reason that I think Zen has such a good chance. Like, I'm not fronting. I have a spare M1 Air. I will either mail it to him or hand him the money to buy one himself if that will make this stable for Mac, because I want this browser to win. We're going to make it happen. Sorry for the light crash out. I just was fucking pissed. I was ready to go, excited about that, and then everything I expect just broke. Yo, Julian, with the 25 months, thank you for all the support, man. Good to see you. And the Tucky's RMS, hated signing them up. They haven't been that bad. Pixels with the 10 months, appreciate you a ton. Yalen, 6 with the Prime as well. I still have my cool. I have my Huckies that matter. I'm feeling better. Let me have a big sip of tea quick, see how I feel, and then probably film this. Hey, thank you everybody watching on YouTube. Crazy viewership over there. I guess you all really want to see the state of browsers and where I'm at. I was literally about to start Hex. I'm sorry. Are you Hex like from over here? Because I can wait 5 minutes if you're one of the maintainers. I'm not waiting if you're not. Not cool. Okay, we're getting started. The browser video. Let's do it. I need to be really honest with you guys. I've had a rough time with browsers over this last year. I got flamed for my takes on Ladybird. Who cares? Reroll on this. I have a good vibe going for it. I need to be really honest with you guys. I've had a rough time with browsers over the last year. Arc was great, and I think it's fair to say was, because I'm far from the only person having massive problems with it, in particular, performance issues. My wonderful M2 MacBook Pro Max, whatever the heck the spec is on it, that used to get 8 to 10 hours of battery, gets less than 2 if I have Arc open. And when I publicly vented about this, that's not even the right tweet. I lost the tweet that I had because I closed everything. God damn it. We'll find it quick. Didn't have too much open. It's fine. Close. Would have been here. Yeah. When I complained about it publicly, I was far from the only one having these issues. I need to emphasize how absurd the battery drain is, though. We're talking 6 times more being used less than Chrome was doing. I was going mad. I was trying to get work done in an Uber, and my laptop's fans had spun up, and it was falling apart. And when I went and checked what browser company and Arc were up to, they hadn't posted anything other than icons in like a year, and even the icon posts were November. It's clear that this browser is actually dead. And everybody who was mad at me for saying this earlier was wrong. Arc is dead. And I am genuinely sorry to anybody who started using it based on my recommendations. I will say I have lost a lot of credibility in recommending browsers, which means you should use this as an end-all be-all, the right place to go if you want the best possible browser. But I need to right some of my wrongs here, recommending a VC-funded browser that hates its users, that has no interest in fixing the problems that they caused, and is specifically continuously dodging the opportunities to own it, fix it, or just open source it. So I am frustrated. I have been to hell and back. I have done everything from trying browsers that are ancient, that are customizable, to building my own. And I think I have finally landed somewhere good. But before we can get there, a quick word from today's sponsor. Anyways. As I saw how many people were having problems and how little work was being done fixing them, I started once again investigating all my alternatives. I made a quick list of the ones that people recommend the most and why they are not what I'm looking for. Obviously, gold standard is Chrome. It's stable, well-supported, and it has a good ecosystem, but it has none of the customizability that I'm looking for now. Not that I customized Arc a ton. Hell, I barely even used half the features. But I have fallen in love with a couple key things, like the sidebar, like not having the top of the browser have this giant bar on it that takes up a third of my vertical space on my small screen. Like having hotkeys that actually make sense for a bunch of things. I missed all of that so much that I just couldn't do Chrome. I tried. I couldn't. I will be honest, I still think most people should just use Chrome. And if you haven't, I'll be honest, I still think most people should probably just use Chrome. And if you haven't gotten addicted to these custom hotkeys and workflows yet, don't. It's like getting an SSD where you don't realize how slow hard drives were until you have one, and now you can't live without it anymore. So honestly, don't dive down this rabbit hole if you could avoid it, because it will make you unhappy for the rest of your life. Speaking of unhappy, we need to talk about Brave, because I do not genuinely understand how anyone recommends this browser. It runs like shit. It looks like shit. It's full of Web3 bullshit. It doesn't have any customization whatsoever. You have no control over the hotkeys. You can't even set a hotkey for opening and closing the sidebar. All Brave is a Web3 skinned worse Chrome with a sidebar. And at least you can get it without the Web3 skin if you use Edge. So I guess the most reasonable recommendation to get some of this functionality is probably Edge. But there is zero customization of hotkeys in it at all. I was blown away how little control you have in Edge, considering how much different it is. I couldn't get it to do any of the things I wanted it to do. Cool that it had vertical tabs. Like if I open it quick, Edge. Certainly, you can tell it's Chromium and Electron based with the speed of opening. Like it looks fine. This animation when you hover here is the worst thing ever. That's not just the compression or my video. It is that jank. It just looks awful, especially on high refresh rate screens. You can't really hide shit. You can't make this top bar go away, and we're losing so much real estate from that. It's sad. But it's better than Brave. Low bar. But honestly, personally, I would just use Chrome. Like, this isn't a big enough win, especially with how ugly that slide-in is and the fact that you can't hotkey to unpin it, which is all I want. If I could have a hotkey that hit that button, I probably would have given Edge a real shot. But after seeing how much the team downplayed the needs of people in their forums, I just stopped caring. Next, we have Zen, which is very customizable and very close to what I want. But it's Firefox-based, which is probably the biggest flaw. It's still early and has problems, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a bit. And as far as I understood at the time, the battery life and the performance weren't great. We'll come back to Zen. Speaking of Zen, Firefox. We're going to move on. I wrote down this list of the specific things I wanted. A vertical tab bar, The ability to hide everything for a simple UI, like what I have on the screen now, where all I have open is the website and I have the little like border around, which is fine. A Command-Shift-C to copy current URL. I cannot tell you how much this is important to me. The regularity in which I am copying a URL to put it in my notes, to send it to somebody, to put it somewhere else. It is a constant thing. I am doing this at least 20 times a day, probably more. And multiple hotkeys to select the thing and then copy from it. Not acceptable. I could not tolerate that. Especially because of how slow that flow was in all the browsers I tried it with. I also need a hotkey to toggle the sidebar. I would like it to be Chrome-based. I want the performance to not suck. There is a browser that hit all of these things. And it has the world's most ugly browser icon, Vivaldi. And I was surprised. It genuinely seemed like Vivaldi was going to be the right browser for me. I had no way to hide the top bar, which was sad, but tolerable. I could set my hotkey for the sidebar and disable the animation on it. I could put it on the right, which is a nice benefit. Couldn't do that with Arc. I was feeling pretty good. It was ugly as sin, but with a little bit of customization, I could make it tolerable looking. I was still sad I couldn't get rid of the top bar, but like, whatever. But there were a couple things I couldn't deal with. The first was the quick copy, which I got working. And I'm actually really impressed with the level of customization you can do in here. The quick commands in Vivaldi are incredible. And I created one, copy current URL. It focuses the address bar. It has a 10 millisecond delay. It copies the content. It has another 10 millisecond delay, and then it focuses the page. And then I bound this in the keyboard layer to be a hotkey. Chains, copy current URL, Command-Shift-C. And this works great. You'll see that little flicker up there. That's because I copied the URL, and it's there. Awesome. I was reviewing a PR a few days ago. I'll find a random upload thing one. And I was in the pull request. I was looking through files. And I wanted to send it to somebody on my team. So I Command-Shift-C'd. And I guess it's working now. I don't know why. Because when I tried this yesterday, I couldn't. Because the hotkey conflicted with the page. And Vivaldi will prioritize the page's hotkeys over yours. Always. Even the ones built into the browser. So if you happen to have a hotkey that some random website had as one that you use regularly, you will not be able to use that hotkey in that website. One of the killers for me was Excalibur. Because I bind Command-Shift-E as my open close, and that is also export in this, or and Command-Shift-E is export in Excalibur. So I cannot close my sidebar with a hotkey when I have Excalibur open. And there is no option anywhere in Vivaldi to change this. And this is when I learned something very valuable about Vivaldi. They don't really care about what their users want. I have read enough of the forums now to be very confident and very certain of that statement. They don't give a shit. And that goes one layer deeper, because one of the things that they don't give a shit about is laptop users. I'm going to disable an extension really quick for this demo. Cool. I just Google searched T3 chat. Now I'm going to it. Okay, I have to restart the browser to show this. Cool. I'm going to search for T3 chat on Google quick. We're going to open it up. We're going to go to my thread about downsides of Vivaldi. And now I'm going to swipe. Why is that working? It should be disabled. I turned off that extension. How the fuck is that working? All these hard closed. Yeah? No, I promise you, Vivaldi does not have a gesture for this. There is something weird about my extension layer where it's like stuck in the instance when it shouldn't be. Hard quit. Hard reopen. How? There is no way they just shipped that. There's literally no way. I'm sorry. I'm just so curious now how that extension is persisting. Because it's the same behavior. It did this thing. Incognito to try. Good call. How? There's no way. They don't ship. Create a new profile to reset it. That's a good call, actually. Guest profile. Yeah, that did it. Oh, wait, no, what? How? Okay, I know for a fact that swipe gestures don't work in Vivaldi. I am very confused. It works on a vanilla install? Okay. This has been a tangent. Editor phase probably cut to from when I said that they don't listen to their users and they don't use laptops to here. I don't know what went wrong. I feel like I just went down the craziest rabbit hole, which is what happens whenever I screw with Vivaldi. The quick form of what I want to say is that swipe gestures did not work in Vivaldi, and it was my understanding that nobody who contributes to Vivaldi uses a laptop with a trackpad, so they were not interested at all. What they prefer are their very strange mouse gestures, which as far as I know, cannot work on Mac, because the way their mouse gestures work is you hold down right-click and you move the mouse some way to trigger something. So they have... You can go back by holding down right click and moving to the left. I hate this. And honestly, if I do come back, I don't want this on. I am turning it off. The more painful thing here is that they don't really support trackpad gestures. I know that because yesterday I went insane trying to get my swipe back and forward working, and I couldn't. And when I read through their forums, it seemed like it just doesn't. Touch gestures, forward, backward. Just starting to use Vivaldi on my laptop. Really like it. But my laptop, the touchpad gesture, swiping two fingers, doesn't seem to work. Reading other posts, it's not implemented in Vivaldi. Is this real? It's a crucial feature on a laptop. It's always been a strange oversight. Yeah, it's strange. So for these people, it didn't work. What you have to do, and what I had done, and I don't know why it's behaving properly now, is I installed an extension that fixed it. Yes, 2 years ago, I don't care. I was in here, and there were posts a week ago that still had the problem. So it's not a thing they fixed. The solution, as of 2024, was this extension someone recommended to fix it. And I had it, and it fixed it-ish. I used it, and I just uninstalled it, and it's still working, so I'm very confused. I'm extraordinarily confused. I have reset the browser multiple times. I've changed a lot of things. But the fact that there are this many people posting in here saying that they need this, and they're using the extension to fix it, the functionality is not available in Vivaldi. I have no idea what's going on that is allowing it to work. But there is no way in the last 24 hours they shipped a new version that fixes this. Everybody's saying that should feel bad. This browser drove me mad. There's a lot of these little things where they just refuse to budge. And that kind of seems like the philosophy of the Vivaldi team is, if it's not an option they offer in here, it's not an option that matters. And the hard break for me, there was a lot of soft breaks, like this bar not being hideable was very upsetting to me. But the hard break was definitely the hotkey thing. The fact that a web page's hotkeys take precedence over the browser hotkeys was enough of a problem for me to just give up. But I was actually leaning towards sticking with it. But I'd seen enough people giving another browser a go that I decided to ignore them and make my own. So I started working on what is not a browser. I insist that it is not a browser. You should not act like it is a browser. It was an experiment. But I started playing with what would a browser that I made look like. And I got to the point where I can search for things, do things on the web, make tabs. You can even put that here. And look, I can even see my own stream from T3, not a browser. Tab switching is immediate. I even have navigation working. I didn't have Command W working proper, but for something I built in an hour, not bad. I mostly did this as a joke, and I will not be continuing. This is literally 4 files and an index HTML. The whole browser window is HTML, and I'm using Electron heavily, very heavily. I've learned a lot about building browsers in Electron. The most painful thing is that you can't really sandbox the different tabs, because Electron was built with the assumption that you own all of the pages that get opened in it. I could either DIY my own encapsulation layer to containerize pages properly and then build all of the memory management, sleeping, and everything else necessary to make that viable. Or I could fork Chromium and build it in C. And as I realized that there are decisions necessary to do any of this, I know making a browser isn't easy, but as I realized even the easy path had so many annoying gotchas that would result in something that was either really insecure or absolutely fucking miserable. Yeah. I was not going to do this. I knew going in I wasn't. I even have my posts. The start of this thread was, I won't make a browser, I won't make a browser, I won't make a browser. And a lot of very smart people told me I should make a browser, which makes me concerned that they might not actually be that smart. Like we have, where is he? Well, on this page. I'm like, please don't make me do this, where I did the first demo of it. And he really wanted me to. But I'm not going to betray Mark. I'm not going to do it. It is tempting, and I might even in the future put out a scaffold that has all the features that I want, but is not safe or functional. I don't think anyone should use, and see if others end up maintaining it and making it something real. It would be cool. I'm not going to, though, because Vivaldi was close. And Vivaldi was close enough that I really thought I was going to stick with it. But after the gesture stuff, which according to chat, apparently isn't a case in a vanilla install, which is weird because I had a pretty vanilla install and it just didn't work. Where's the, swipe gestures work in Vivaldi on clean install. That was not my experience. I don't know. But the hotkey thing was enough. And the fact that they have no interest in fixing the hotkey thing was enough that I will absolutely not be using Vivaldi as my main browser. And I was close. So where did I end up? I ended up somewhere I did not expect. I ended up somewhere that I never thought I would land. It was a browser that I supported the existence of, a team that I was really confident in, and a project that I wanted to see find success. Because I think Zen Browser was doing everything right, and I still do. Zen Browser is a project you've probably already heard of, and we're probably screaming the name of as you watch this video. Because my most popular video about browsers, by far, is my Zen video. It's my 7th most popular video, 8th most popular video ever. Because it was really exciting to me. The thing that I was hyped about with Zen is they weren't trying to reinvent the browser engine. They're not trying to run it. The thing that made me excited about Zen is that they weren't trying to reinvent the world. They weren't trying to build a new browser engine from scratch. They weren't trying to make JavaScript go die somewhere. They weren't trying to prove how smart and capable they are. They just wanted an open source alternative to Arc that was good and customizable. And when I first tried it, it was rough around the edges. Now, it's still a little bit pointy. But despite the fact it is Firefox-based, I think I'm making the move to Zen. I've been using this as my main browser for the last 24 hours, after using Vivaldi as my main browser for the last few days. And it has been a net improvement over Vivaldi in every single way. It is even better than Arc in a handful of ways that I am genuinely quite excited about. Zen learned all of the right lessons from all of the other browsers. The team is genuinely awesome. Their Discord is super fun. Half of them are watching me live, talking about this right now. I feel like this community is set up for success. It's a team of people who deeply care, who listen, and want to make the best browser. They don't want to show off how great they are. They don't want to raise a bunch of VC money. None of them even own a MacBook yet. And I am fixing that. I am going to ship a MacBook to one of the maintainers so it's easier for them to maintain the Mac version because I want this browser to win. I have been contributing to their Patreon at the highest tier that they offer since they announced the project. Despite my deeply held disdain for Firefox, and I do not like Firefox. I could go on forever, but that's not what this video is for. The user experience and customization offered with Zen, combined with the effort the community and the maintainers are putting in to make it not just good enough, but to make it the best browser ever made, is enough for me to ignore almost anything, including the 20 minutes of rage I had earlier because there was a small break in the most recent beta where if you disable the animation for opening and closing the sidebar, you can no longer reopen the sidebar. Small bug, took us forever to figure out what caused it. And according to my chat, it's already been fixed. Look at that. Fixed comment with sidebar not reopening when the animation key is off. And to be clear, the animation key isn't some config in settings for you to play with. I am changing a ton of things in the about config, which if you close and open, gives you a big warning, proceed with caution. And I was in here changing shit because I'm picky. And it's only broken badly once. And they've already fixed it. That is a good sign. That's not just good, that's a great sign. Enough so that despite the straight up rage I had earlier, where I angrily it was bad, okay? I still decided to film this video today because I am so pumped with how hard this team works to make every opportunity go well and to make sure everyone using the browser has their expectations met. And I'll just be straight up. Every time I've opened this browser, which has admittedly been every 2-ish months for a bit now, I have been like, wow, they've improved so much. I went from having to reconfigure everything to make it tolerable, plus a ton of extensions and things, to not changing almost any of the defaults. And now I'm very happy. It does everything I need it to do other than use a better base browser engine. But it actually is great. They built in, my biggest complaint the last time I tried was that I couldn't make the top bar go away because it had a weird hover thing, which I can show you how to disable. And also that I didn't have a good solution for Command-Shift-C to copy the current URL. As you see there, the URL has been copied to clipboard. Not only did they add a way for me to do that, they just made it the same default that already existed in Arc. So now if we scroll down here, copy current URL is Shift-Command-C. Praise the Lord. I am so happy they added it. I also didn't see option B. That's really cool too. Look at that. If you want to feel like you're using Edge, you have a hotkey to do that. I'll probably never use it, but you have that option. There are so many options, and they no longer feel like they're constantly conflicting with each other. All of the broken states I've gotten into have been not because of settings I changed in all of these tabs. They're not even because I'm using an old profile. It still has this ancient new tab button that I have to make a new profile to fix, which I'll do later because I was angry, okay? The only things that have broken for me in my most recent run have been when I was deep in about config, changing things that I had a warning before I changed. Speaking of which, what was the window one that I did earlier? Show only modified. There we go. Well, this is wrong. I did not change all of these things. Does anybody remember the window one that I changed? Here we are. Zen View Experimental, no window controls. If I toggle this, I don't even need to reset. macOS always likes to put its little icons in the corner like that, which is totally fine if you have your tab bar and sidebar on the left, because now it's just there. This is fine. This is how Arc works. I want the tab bar on the right because the obvious reason, I'm on the right. So if my tab bar is on the right, I'm no longer covering the content. I'm covering my tabs, and who cares? It's the same reason I moved in my editor the tab bar to the right. It's the same reason that whenever I realistically can, I try to put the tab bar on the right. They offer that, which is a huge win over Arc, because Arc does not do this. However, in order for those to still be there, they have to come up somehow. So they come up when I hover near the top, which isn't that big a deal, except for the fact that it shifts the page content down, and it feels kind of jank when I accidentally go near the top of the page, and all of a sudden I went a little bit too close, and now the page content is shifting. It's actually a little harder to trigger right now, which is a good thing. But it was triggering way too often for me. I asked about it, and within 5 minutes, someone in the Discord said, oh, we have an experimental thing in config for that. And look at that. Now it won't come up. And I never use those buttons, so I'm very happy with this. I am extraordinarily happy with this. I now, on a technical level, have Zen configured in a way that I am happier with than Arc. And I have never had a browser that I can honestly say all of the parts are now together in a way that I prefer to Arc. But we're here. We did it. I am happy. And once again, I will advise not following me down this crazy journey with browsers. I just want you guys to know that I am sorry for putting you on a closed source browser that has decided that they don't want to be maintained anymore. I guess that they're going to do enterprise features because they have a security head of engineering that is going to make Arc for Teams work. Cool. No, I don't care. And I should probably emphasize the other things I don't care about. All of the AI features in Arc were annoying. All of the grouping stuff was fine, but I didn't care. The weird little, I think it's called Little Arc, the preview thing they did when you click the link in another app, I hated it. Disable that shit so fast. Half or more of the Arc features annoyed me. I wanted a decent looking sidebar, some hotkey customization, a quick copy, and a team of people that actually care. And I guess if we go back to my original list, let me go back to it first. And I guess if we go back to my original list, I should have added 7, a team that cares about the users, and accepted that there is no world where I can have all of these things. But if I am, sadly enough, living in a world where I cannot have all of these things, that means I have to remove at least one. And the only browser that removes one without compromising on the rest is the browser that removes 0.5. And if I'm willing to live without Chrome, the only browser that makes sense for me now is Safari. And if I'm willing to live without Chrome, the only browser that makes sense for me now is Zen. I am genuinely so proud of the team and the fact that a small community of open source devs made a browser that feels more like it cares than a well-funded billion-dollar company pissing their money away into hundreds of engineers building a thing that gets slower and worse every update. I am happy to have an answer to the people who are asking, what browser should you use now? The answer is still Chrome, but if you're willing to put the time in, you want these features, and you're okay with the browser that is making a lot of changes and is still in an early stage, Zen is where I'm sticking. And to the people asking about Safari, because a lot of people have been asking about Safari, I am jealous that your job is simple enough that a browser that renders text really well and everything else barely at all has not inconvenienced you enough to give up. But Safari is a toy, not a browser. Zen is a browser. And it is a browser that I will be using going forward. I can't believe I'm leaving Chrome behind, but I am genuinely happy with where I have landed. And I hope you guys are excited to see a lot more Zen going forward. This is the browser I will be using, and I will do everything I can to support the team because I want Zen to win. Huge shout out. One last shout out to the Zen team. There's a link in the description to their Patreon. I highly recommend contributing if you want the underdog to have a successful journey here. I know I do. And I really genuinely hope they can prove that caring matters more than having a bunch of money and 10 plus years of history. You need to build what people want. And the best way to do it is to get it in their hands and listen to what they want to do with it. Zen is the only browser that does those two things, which is unfathomable to me. But I am so thankful they exist and that they will prove that caring and listening to your users matters more than any amount of money or time or Chrome-based bullshit that otherwise might make the browser better. So thank you, Zen, for making me use Firefox, but also for proving how much this matters. And until next time, peace, nerds. Whew. How'd I do, boys? I started saying Safari, stopped myself and said Zen, and people were saying Safari before then too. That's why I read a chat that said Safari, which is why my brain auto-completed it. ChromeIsBad.com. I don't like that I can't use the jump to. $2020. I'm sure this is fixed since then. I will save this for later. Oh shit, message for Frost. V0 has changed my life. The difference between V0 beta and V0 now is genuinely unbelievable. I can feel myself slowly becoming an AI shitlord. I'm not even sorry about it. Yep. So random side note, Firefox is startlingly faster at processing certain WASM programs in Chrome. Yep. All truth. V0 and Bolt are insane. And once your mind gets fucking like infected with it, it's hard to go back. Hug More Trees with the 16 months of support. Appreciate you a ton. We got Dr. Dory here with the 2 community gifts, as well as resubbing with the Prime. Appreciate you a ton. Thank you for the support. We got Erebus DX8 here with the 6 months. Dustin Roland with the 4 months. Thank you for each and every one of those. I can find someone to donate $5K for a Widevine license. I didn't cover the Widevine thing because I don't understand what the current state of it is. All I know is I have the extension and I don't use anything that's just like DRM on my computer enough to care. So I haven't tested it yet. And then the Nova Bomb with the Prime. Thank you all for the support. How'd I do, Zen Boys? I will give you all the bad news that I don't know when this video will come out. I have to get 1, 2, 3 out before it for sure. And my calendar is a little bit chaotic at the moment. I also have to get these 2 out ASAP. They're both very late. This we did technically last night. So I have at least 5 priority videos that need to be out ASAP. So it'll have to be after those. But I promise we will get it out as soon as we reasonably can. But I am putting my force behind y'all. You are the ones doing it right, and I want you guys to win. I never thought I would move to a Firefox-based browser, but I am willing to compromise on a lot for a team that cares and is putting their effort in the right places, and you guys absolutely are. I have never once felt like my issues weren't being taken seriously by you guys. The speed at which you fix things, the quality of the answers that you give. Funny enough, the Discord here has made me pissed at my own Twitch chat because you guys are so much more reliable at actually solving my fucking problems. So we need you guys to win. Love you, chat. I love you guys. But you suck at giving advice when I'm solving hard problems. Yeah, we all got rug pulled on Arc. I'm fucking pissed. Fuck yeah, Tailwind V4. Super hyped for it. Already got 2 videos on it. Yeah, Zen Discord fully carried me to happiness there. Can I elaborate on what the compromise is between Chrome and Firefox? Yes, and it won't be in the video because people will just be mad at me. Firefox's media and AV layer is fucking garbage. It's so bad. When we were building things with Ping, which if you don't know, Zoom for streamers, Ping.gg had the goal of making it easier for live content creators to do collaborations. If you watch Prime's Top Shelf or you watch Linus Tech Tips with the collabs they do for Wanshow when they're remote sometimes, or you watch any of the stuff that they do for live collabs with Vishojo, or even like the Elgato live streams, they're all using Ping, which I built right after I quit Twitch, to do live collaborations. It's a WebRTC-based product that is focused on having really low latency, really high quality video. Firefox was so bad at doing WebRTC that we hard lock you out when you try to join a call with it. Actually, I think we just give you a warning now, but we would hard lock you out originally. Because if you go over 30 FPS in WebRTC in Firefox, every frame above 30 is a memory leak, and your tab will crash in under 10 minutes if you have one person in the call doing 60 FPS. I want to die. Personally, if I'm doing a video call, I'm going to do it in Chrome or a Chrome-based thing. So when I do like a Zoom call or a Google Meet call, I'm probably still going to go over to Chrome for those. But everything else, I'm in Zen 4 now. I had heard that Excalibur had problems, and I have not experienced any of them, and I am so fucking thankful. Apparently, the new Tail Insight shipped. Oh, look at that. They're Brutalist now. Who would have thought that they would cave and go for the Brutalist design style? I knew they were going to do it. This is what everyone's doing now. The regular video player has its own set of issues in Firefox. I don't feel like figuring them all out. All I know is every time Firefox breaks something on YouTube, everybody blames Google for it and not Firefox, which is funny to me. But yeah, the Firefox AV layer, from everything I've ever done with it, has made me want to die. I generally don't like how scroll feels in Firefox. I know it's stupid, like they have smooth scroll or whatever. It felt wrong. It's better in Zen than it was in Firefox for me last time I tried it. I'm coming around. But Firefox is generally slower, more resource heavy, and worse by some amount in almost everything. I saw Sigma OS. I didn't hear enough people who were confident in it and liked it. And it didn't seem to offer the customization I was looking for. And it's also not open source. And I didn't recognize any of the people using it. Which honestly, like, if I don't know anyone who's using it, I'm not going to. If I'm not, like, friendly with the team and it's open source. Like, the biggest sell for me with Zen is that it's open source and they're maintaining the shit out of it. Also, I'll be straight up, I'm not going to use a browser named Sigma, much less Sigma OS. I'm not using a WebKit browser. I'm sorry. Sigma's garbage. This is what the few people I had heard that I vaguely trust talking about it were like, yeah, Sigma sucked. So I just didn't bother. Yeah, that's fair. Horse browser actually seems really cool as like a very specific workflow thing. Like if you find yourself many tabs deep, Horse browser seems awesome. I don't find myself that many tabs deep. I regularly, actually, I feel like I have not done a good enough job of explaining which features I actually think Zen should prioritize and like what's a blocker versus what's a nice to have. We're out of blockers now. All of the things that pissed me off about Zen are fixed. The browser has the things I need to use it as my daily driver. So going forward, anything I say would be nice isn't a Sev Zero, go fix it ASAP anymore. I'm using Zen. You won. You don't need to prioritize my feedback as highly anymore at all. All of that said, the two small things that I would like are when you scroll, because you have a bunch of tabs open, that the scroll is the whole sidebar instead of just the non-pinned section. Small thing. I could probably change how I use pins a little bit and be happier, but I don't feel like it. So if this whole thing could scroll instead, cool. And I want my little clear all button here. That's it. And this is low priority. I'm not going to move to something else that does this. Just small little things. Oh, I didn't even talk about Zen mods. How the fuck did you guys let me get away with not doing that? Cool. I don't know where this will go in the Zen video. Editors, do your thing. I almost forgot one of the coolest parts about Zen that showed me just how focused on the user's needs they were. Zen mods. Oh, who cares? That's a Chrome extension, right? No. Zen mods are so much cooler than extensions. They still fully support Firefox extensions, but Zen mods lets you customize Zen itself. You can make significant changes to the browser. Things like making compact mode smaller. Things like changing the rounding characteristics. Things like hiding the little status bar when you hover over shit, which I've always hated. I don't know why every browser insists on having that awful little thing in the corner. I'll turn off the disable status bar thing so you guys can see it. See that little thing in the corner that covers text whenever I do anything? If I just leave my mouse somewhere accidentally, part of my screen's being taken up. I hate it. I never want that stupid little status thing. I don't care. I don't want it. Make it go away. There's just a mod that does it. That's so nice. That's so cool. Another thing that annoyed me is when you're in a split view, it highlights the currently focused one. Honestly, probably a pretty nice, useful feature. Personally, I don't like it. So I went in here. I found the Zen mod for it. Actually, I was just scrolling through the Zen mod, seeing what was there that I liked. I was like, oh, I didn't like the highlight on split. On. Whew. So good. So good. I genuinely love that they let us customize the browser itself instead of extending the JavaScript on the page we are on. It's the only browser I know of that gives this level of customization through an extension layer instead of just giving you a bunch of toggles that conflict with each other. And it's genuinely really nice. I'm sure a handful of these have broken because they've changed the browser so much. But I don't care. It allows for a level of flexibility like I've never seen before in a browser. And it's so nice to know that the rare things that it doesn't do that I want can actually realistically be added through here, or just customizing the CSS yourself. I actually had, let's see if I can find the file. Here we are. Doesn't exist anymore. That's not fun. Someone gave me instructions on how to get to the, like where I stored things. Is it profiles? There was a button to get to the directory for my profile, and in there was a Chrome folder that I could customize things in. Anyone knows how I get to it? Root directory in the first one. Cool. Haha. 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 Cool. Somebody else had a link I wanted to grab quick. Not what I'm here for. Don't forget about. Oh. I forgot what this was. I don't feel like doing that. We'll look in a minute. I don't think I should do I've already done my Tailwind v4 video, so I don't really know if I should do another, but yeah. What I'm here for is this. One of the few annoyances I had after getting everything set up how I liked was that there was a little activity dot that would appear on things. And I even asked from Theo has image here. What are these green dots? These little green dots were appearing on tabs that had activity in them. It's notification dots. If you're fine with CSS, then you can use this. And I was given the CSS and told how to get to the file that loads for all of the browser CSS. It's just a profile Chrome thing. You could find it in their docs or in their Discord, I'm sure. And I could just set the color of the attention dot to transparent nothing. And now it's gone. How cool is that? That I can fix my browser's weird behaviors with CSS. So good. Why is it named Chrome? Because the window around the browser is called the Chrome. And Chrome, the browser, was named after that fact. But even before Chrome, the browser, existed, the layer around the page was called the Chrome of the browser. Just a terminology thing that's funny now. But yeah, how cool is it that you can just change the browser with CSS? It's awesome. The idea of mods as a separate thing from extensions that give you this level of customization and control it's just so cool. And I think it's helping the browser advance faster too, because people will test an idea with a mod, and if it works well, they'll take the right parts of it and make it part of the browser. It's just one of the many things that's allowing this team to move really fast, solve real problems, and let you have the browser that you want. Yeah. I am happy. Thank you all. Let me marker end of extra for browser video. All Firefox browsers have this capability, not fully, sadly. It's very hard to customize Firefox to make it functional, at least the things I want to do. No, I was impressed. I think it's beautiful. I think the new Tailwind site actually looks really good. Didn't see the blog post though. Time for modern web, simplified installation, first party Vite, automatic content. Also, I need to find the Zen Patreon so that I can link that in the description of the video so that it actually gets in. I think that's the one that matters. Well, thank you all for the support. This has been a wild journey. I hope you guys get a lot of users out of this. I hope y'all win. So did I turn off the mod? Oh, that's what I did. I just have two windows open. No. Shift W. Cool. Settings. Highlight split. I have to restart to fix that one. I remember having to do that. Oh, that's opening the wrong profile. That's fine. I'll fix my profiles later. There. Oh shit, Topaz. What are you doing here, man? I had a long conversation about you last night, funny enough. I am such a huge fan of your work. I don't know if you saw, I'm contributing a decent bit of money on your Patreon. You've probably seen. For those who don't know, if we want to talk about things that I like that I don't recommend, there are few higher on that list than Kingdom Hearts. No one should play that game if you haven't. I cannot recommend anyone get into it now. It is a guilty pleasure, emphasis on the guilt. But man, Kingdom Hearts is only playable on PC because of this motherfucker. And I hope he's still here, because I am so thankful for the work that he has done. And I just watched his update video yesterday about the new build of Kingdom Hearts Refined that is actually going to make the game fucking playable on PC with the Steam build. And I am so thankful that he now has the funding he needs to finish that project, because I would give him $10 for every dollar I willingly get squeezed out of me by fucking Square Enix. So Topaz, I hope you're here still. If not, I'll just message you later. I want you to know how much I appreciate you. You know what? I'll DM quick now. Cool. Oh, shit. No shit. I had no idea that you had any idea who I was, Topaz. I've been a fan of your work since the epic build of Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 dropped. It's such a weirdly small world in that way. I'm always amazed at how many of us like public-facing devs are huge fans of each other without ever talking to each other at any point. It happens way too often. I've had this exact conversation at so many meetups. They're like, holy shit, it's the guy who made our S-Pack. I love your work. He's like, oh my God, it's Theo. I love your videos. Wait, you know who I am? Cool as shit. Makes my day to see you pop up in my chat. There are a few people that are so solely responsible for keeping something I love functioning. And the fact that my girlfriend, who has beat Kingdom Hearts 1 and never even started Kingdom Hearts 2, can finally play it in a reasonable fashion is incredible. And I love you so much for doing that for us. Like, it lets me share something that I care a lot about with people that I couldn't before, because the PC build of Kingdom Hearts 2 is a fucking atrocity. So thank you, genuinely. Oh no, I'm sorry. Make sure I don't have things open here I don't want to have open. You're good. Here's 2 on fire. We're good. Quick summary, what's the big upside to Zen? It's well maintained. The team is good. It has all the functionality I need and more. And how do I put it? It offers you enough customizability that if it doesn't do what you want, you can probably fix that. For real, 1030. I've only been doing YouTube for like 3 years. I blew up out of nowhere, man. Hey, and your most recent video did very well. It made it. I wasn't subbed to you on YouTube. I'm still not. Holy shit. But you do understand how big an achievement this is, right? 100,000 views on a channel with 3,800 subs. That is way cooler than anything I'm doing. This is how you know that you're making something people actually genuinely love and really want, that your sub count isn't keeping it from reaching people. That is an achievement, and you should be proud of it. I'm only halfway through the video because I usually watch YouTube when I'm doing other things, and it was distracting me from the other things. So I wanted to pay attention to every word, so I paused it to finish tonight. You should be very proud of this, more so than a 300 whatever thousand subscriber per. I don't keep track of my subscriber count. It's not a number that matters. That's insane that your first trailer had 350,000 views on a tiny channel is unbelievable, and you should be proud. Good shit. I'm feeling good. We need to do these other videos. Got a job, you know? I ended the last extra, right? Hopefully I don't break anything. I did? Cool. I wish it was easier for me to have visibility on that. I need to actually build my marker flow instead of it being a pile of hacks that mostly work. It's so useful, but it has so many rough edges that I can't recommend it to anybody in its current state. But it's so useful. What talks am I recording? These. This one I really want to do because it's been on the mind. I'm talking a lot about it. These two I have to do because they're high priority. So we're just going to gun these out now. I should see if audio is working first and foremost. See how good or bad my luck is today. Any bets? Oh, I'm getting Firefoxed. Maybe I'm not getting Firefoxed. Maybe I'm getting bad audio deviced. Cool. So we won't be watching this video. It's a shame because it actually looked pretty cool. I have heard it's a cool video. It's a shame that my computer won't let it play. It's not Widevine. I just tried Chrome. I think it's my audio driver or audio devices. I don't feel like figuring it out. It's fine. I don't need to see the video. Let's do it. What is this? That's a good sign that the image is broken. Am I on a random branch? What is this? Throw that in research. I'm curious, but not today. Language by the Zen team. Interesting. Are they using it in Zen? Does not look like they are. Cool, they built it though. I'll look at Blind Pay later. I have too many important other things to film. Ooh, docs for doing a full stack with Bun. Here that goes. Close, 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 close. Feeling pretty good. Think we are ready for the Bun vid. If only I just filmed a video where I went in depth on that power of the sun. Edge is fine. I have complaints about things that I wish it did that it doesn't, but it's fine. Yeah, I'm sorry about the Twitch ads. I wish I could not have them, but if I don't have them, we get pre-rolls, which are way worse. Let's do the Bun vid, because I got things to talk about here. Okay. The newest release of Bun changes things a lot. It's no longer just a competitor to Node and Dino. It's now a competitor to bundlers like Vite, ESBuild, Webpack, and more. And it's not your traditional competitor either. It's very interesting. Don't be misled by the small number bump. Going from 1.1 to 1.2 might not mean a lot for most projects, but for Bun, it means things are changing in a very, very important way. I am super excited to go through this. I'm super excited to go through these changes with you and build a full stack app from scratch with just Bun and no other tools. But first, we need a quick word from today's sponsor. Let's Let's dive in because I am genuinely very excited about this. They did another one of their fancy announcement videos. Go check it out if you're interested. But we're not here to do a real fancy shoot with a room where we write. But this isn't the place for scripted, well-planned content. This is where I just share my thoughts and what is interesting about a project. If you want something more well-produced and thoughtful, go watch their video. I'm going to do my best to practically explain how this works and play around with it with y'all live as someone who isn't part of the Bun team, but is admittedly friends with a lot of them and also an investor, so account for the bias. Anyways, their TLDR of the changes are that they made a lot of progress towards node compatibility. They have a built-in S3 object API, which is fascinating. They're now competing with us with upload thing. They now have a built-in Postgres client. Very interesting. It's also been interesting to see Jared realizing how much slower Postgres is than MySQL as he's been working on this. And Bun install now uses a text-based lock file. Thank God. I was so annoyed about Bunlock. Once you've been PNPM pilled and you realize that you can diff your lock file, so if two people have two branches that are installing different packages, you don't get a conflict when they merge together. That is so, so good. And Bun, you would have to nuke the lock file every time there was a conflict. And now, theoretically, you don't have to. Fuck yeah. And everyone's still using Express for some reason. Cool. It seems like Bun is doing a better job maintaining Express than the Express team is. Yeah, I'm on Fastify now when I need an actual JavaScript backend. But Hano's cool too. Don't use Express. Every other option is better now. Let's go through these one at a time. They didn't even mention the bundler part here too. What? They missed the coolest thing. We'll get to that as well. I'm surprised it's not on that list. But first, node compat. One of the things that makes Bun different from other runtimes is that they're not trying to build a bunch of better APIs and leave behind Node. Their goal was always 100% compatibility with all of Node's everything. So you can take any package written for Node using their built-ins like zlib, fs, etc., and make them all work in Bun without having to change anything about those things. They measure compatibility by using... how do they measure the compatibility? So what they do for measuring compatibility is they run the Node test suite on Bun. And as of now, they are passing a very, very large percent of the tests. The fact they're doing 90% of FS, which is one of the weirdest modules ever, is a huge achievement, and I'm pumped that they pulled that off. That's unbelievable. Don't want all these details. It's cool, but I don't care. Also not that big a deal. I mean, it's a big deal for people who need that, but I don't care. The S3 stuff's really cool. If you don't know, or if you haven't deployed S3 stuff with JavaScript yourself, you might not know how cursed so many of the layers are. There's a reason we built upload thing, which if you somehow haven't been around enough to know about it, upload thing is the easiest way to add file uploads in a safe, full stack way to applications built with things like Next.js. You add a function in the back end, you mount a component on the front end, and then everything just works, and you don't have to worry about all the weird edge cases. And when I was talking with the Bun team about those edge cases, they didn't know about most of them because they're only focused on the server part, where the server sends a file to S3, or they generate a pre-signed post URL they send to the user to then send to S3. There are a bunch of edges that aren't solved there, but you don't need the Amazon SDK anymore, which is a huge win. AWS SDK Node S3 package. It isn't just 3.4 megs. I know it's more than that. Yeah. The full AWS SDK is massive. Even if you just get the S3 part, it's over 3.5 megs of JS. But there's a lot of other parts that you'll often end up needing to grab. And the only reason this doesn't destroy AWS APIs on things like Lambda is that they will pre-bake the whole AWS SDK into the Lambdas with the code already JITted so that it doesn't feel as terrible as it is. But the AWS SDKs are massive. They meaningfully restrict the places you can run stuff that connects to AWS. They're awful. The SDK is so bad. It is if you don't think the AWS SDK is bad, you're not building serious enough things with it. You will always run into weird bullshit with it. It is horrifying. With Bun, you don't need to bring in an SDK to upload to S3. They are using, since S3 is a standard, it has become cloned by a ton of things like cloud storage from Google, R2 on Cloudflare, and a bunch of other things. Building an S3 solution into Bun means you don't need an SDK or a custom package to do things with those platforms. And obviously, it's really fast and really minimal. They did some testing. It is up to 5 times faster to upload files directly on your backend using their solution than the client S3 package with Node. Hilarious, genuinely. Could be very, very useful for a few things that we're working on for upload thing. I think this is awesome. It's making it so you're less likely to need upload thing, but not a lot less likely, because it doesn't solve the problem of when the user gets a pre-signed post and they upload the file to S3, how does your server know when it's done? Oh, it doesn't. That sucks. Yeah, there's a lot of problems that this won't solve for you, but it will make your uploads faster and it will let you escape the shit show that is that SDK. And now we have the Postgres support. If you didn't know, at launch, Bun had a SQLite client that was really, really fast. They wanted to make Bun.SQL do more than just SQLite. Postgres is the most popular database, so obviously that's what they rushed out. They want to get MySQL in, which makes sense. It's the fastest version of a giant SQL database. Postgres works. You all don't like when I talk about Postgres, so we're going to move on. I will say that their implementation is very fast compared to other Postgres implementations. Optimizations stack like buffs in World of Warcraft. Great copy. And it looks like it's pretty drop-in for moving off the Postgres package to the Bun Postgres installation. Or it looks like it's pretty drop-in to move off of Postgres, the package, to Postgres from Bun. Cool to see. Bun is also a package manager, and the lock file being binary was really annoying. As called out here, unlike other package managers that use text-based lock files like JSON or YAML, a binary lock file allowed us to make Bun install almost 30 times faster than NPM. However, we found that there were a lot of paper cuts when using a binary lock file. First, you couldn't view the contents of the lock file on GitHub and other platforms, which sucks. What happens if you make a pull request from an external contributor that changes the Bun lock B file? Do you trust it? Probably not. That's also assuming there isn't a merge conflict, which for a binary lock file is almost impossible to resolve, aside from manually deleting the lock files and running Bun install again. I am so thankful they caved on this. And the new lock option has a custom flag that you have to use for it, I guess, which is a little annoying. It's JSON-C, which is JSON with added support for comments and trailing commas. Yay! I hate that JSON won't do trailing commas or comments. I'm happy that they are using a JSON thing that is less insane. Makes it much easier to view diffs, yada yada. Bun will continue to support the old files, and they will for a long time. I was about to ask, how much slower is it? You might think after we migrated to text-based files that Bun install would be slower. Wrong. Most our projects get slower as more features are added. Bun is not one of those projects. We spent a lot of time tuning and optimizing Bun so we could make Bun install even faster. And now it's even faster than 1.1, despite being JSON-C. What JSC system upgrade paths would you prefer? This is a fun one. If you didn't know this, since you can't do comments or trailing commas or a bunch of other things in JSON, if you leave a comment in a package JSON, it just won't work. I don't know if you can even publish the package if you have a comment in the package JSON, which is absurd, genuinely. When Rob Palmer, who's on a lot of these web standards committees, did a poll asking what the ecosystem would want the path to solve this to be like. It was very clear what people wanted was to just allow it in package JSON, not to add a new fucking type of JSON file. Just let us do it in package JSON. And now Bun will let you. I am concerned that this will break things like publishing packages, but I'm thankful more of the ecosystem is starting to do this. And they even call out, use it at your own risk. Awesome. I didn't know they didn't have npm-rc support. Cool, they do. That means you can use custom registries, which is super helpful. Bun run filter, it's very, very nice. When you want to run on multiple workspaces at once, huge, makes monorepos better. Ooh, this is great. Bun outdated to tell you which packages are out of date. Bun publish, really cool to have that built in. Patch package. Yes, I didn't know they added this. They added a way to patch packages. So if you have a package that has some small thing that's annoying you, you can just go edit it in the node modules and then run bun patch commit that package. And now you've saved that change to the package. And whenever you run bun install, it will update the package with the diff that you made. Very helpful if you have some dependency that's doing things slightly different than how you want. Huge. The fact this is a dot update is insane. This is huge. Skipping all the test stuff because you guys know how I feel about that. Now we're in the section I am the most excited for. Bun is a JavaScript bundler. Bun was always a JS bundler, but I feel like it didn't do any of the things a bundler needed, so no one used it for that. Feels like Bun being three things, which are a JS runtime, a bundler, and a package installer, both helped and hurt it because most of the people I've seen using Bun are only using it for that. And here's where I open Excalibur. I might just re-record that part. Cool. Back to when I first got to this part, cut everything up until then. And now for the thing I am most excited for. Bun is a JavaScript bundler. This needs a diagram. What is Bun? This is not as simple as a question as something like, what is Node? Node is a server-side runtime for JavaScript. It is a way to run JavaScript on a server, as well as a set of packages and libraries that solve a lot of the things you might want to do on a server. Bun is not just that. Obviously, Bun is a drop-in Node replacement runtime. But that's just one of the three things I would say Bun is. Bun is also a package manager. Node isn't. Node has NPM, which is a package manager that was built separately from Node. But Bun is also a bundler, which means it can transform some JavaScript into other JavaScript. That's why you can just bun run a TypeScript file and it works, because it is bundling that TypeScript file. It is compiling it into JS and then executing it. Bun is all of these things. But from my experience, people have only been using the package manager side. I've seen a lot of people using that, but they're only replacing NPM and PNPM with Bun. They are not replacing Node with it, and they are certainly not replacing Vite or Webpack or any of those other tools with it. A big part of why they weren't is because the bundler side was rudimentary. It was very, very simple. You gave it a starting point for a JS file, and it would go down the import tree and try to make a bundle to come out the end. And it did okay. But it was very, very minimal, not very customizable, and it was missing a lot of the things you need for like bundling for web. You couldn't just have an HTML file that pointed at a JS file and get it to output the right thing. Now you can. Part one. We now have HTML imports in Bun. So you can pass an HTML import to the static option in Bun serve. So if you have a bun.serve, static / is the homepage, then you can have async fetch to handle API requests or whatever. And now this can just be an HTML file somewhere, and you were able to import it directly into your JS code, and it does what it's supposed to. That's so cool. And if your index.html file has these references to like reset styles, these other files, it will, when it's imported, compile that out to be a reference to a hashed index and a hash JS file for the CSS and JS equivalents. and it will bundle the CSS that's being imported and the JS that's being imported to make it the right thing. Super, super cool. I have to try this quick. I can't not. Let me upgrade bun. Which bun? Brew upgrade bun. I don't care about that. Just make sure this worked. Are you kidding? That's not real, right? That feels bad to have done on top of brew. Whatever. Should be fine. See, let's make a dir bun bundler testing. Bun init. Yoink. Open this up in my editor. We have our index.ts. Swapping the contents out. We need a dashboard and index.html. I'm going to put them in source because I like doing that. Dashboard.html. Index.html. Do they have examples in here of the HTML? I can just generate my own. You know what? We'll let Cursor do it. Generate a minimal homepage for a demo. Generate a minimal example dashboard page for a demo. Make sure it matches the styles in index.html. Looks like this will be fine. Cool. And now, bun run start. Oh, they don't do scripts. This is my like smallest annoyance with bun. They don't give you scripts by default, so I have to do that. It works now. They should have a -- watch though. Cool. Bun run dev. Oh, I didn't change the import path because I'm stupid. Source / oh, my port's in use. Third time's a charm. Oh no, are my hotkeys breaking? Oh, I know what happened. I'll fix that later. Cool. And look at that. Dashboard and home. No time spent compiling at all. It just instantaneously things happen. Let's see if I change something in the HTML, how quick it updates. Please subscribe. Pressing save now. Oh, doesn't have hot reload by default, at least for the HTML part. That's sad. If I save this, nope. Cool. Hot reload is your problem, it seems. Do they have anything? Oh. Client-side hot reload isn't wired up yet, but it will be in the future. Cool. Thank you for being honest with it. But it isn't just static HTML, so don't worry. You can use it with React code too. In this example, imported /public/dashboard.html. Dashboard.html imports a TypeScript file, source frontend TSX. And then that's traditional React code. They have separate styles and an app TSX that's imported. And just from this backend file that serves a static route and then has API responses and requests it can handle, you now have a full stack backend and front end without having to do any weird config at all. There is zero config for any of this, which is really cool. No plugins, no weird or no plugins, no weird files that say this is here and this is there. It's just the import tree, because your backend should have to import your front end if it's serving it. So you import the HTML file. The HTML file imports the things it needs, and then those import the things they need. Your import tree now actually can describe how things work. And that is huge because we all have some amount of tooling fatigue. I have spent way too much time in Turbo Repo, TSUp, and all the other things to bundle JS into weird shapes and packages. Being able to just import an HTML file and have everything work how you expect is unbelievable and actually really, really cool. You can also turn on development true, not as a config flag, just as an option in bun.serve, because you don't need config for any of these things. It's really convenient. They do have plugins if you want them for things like Tailwind. I actually do want to try this. Bunfig.toml. I can't believe they used bunfig, but they turned down bun time for the runtime. I feel so scammed. The Tailwind plugin is built in. It is actually really good. You have to import in the HTML still, so we'll do that really fast. Redo these styles with Tailwind. Don't use a style tag. Same here. Accept. Thank you, cursor, for making this way easier. Now we have no style tags in here, just traditional Tailwind on our elements. And if I go back, we're still running it in dev. I'm curious actually to see if I have to restart or not. Could not resolve Tailwind. Yeah. Maybe I have to bun install after. Nope. Bun run dev. Do I have to install bun plugin Tailwind? Does it have to be? No, it's can't find package bun plugin Tailwind. Maybe it's bun install. This is certainly not the right thing. It is not a package that hasn't been updated for 8 months. Or is there a different one that isn't this one? Post a day ago. Okay, this seems more likely. Weird they didn't include that in the instructions. Or even mention that it's a package. Important details that were missed. It happens. I get it. Why can't I? No, here. Bun run dev. Will we now have Tailwind working? Does not appear to. There's no way this is causing the problem. I'll delete it just in case. But install. Yep, that is not working. Okay, it's getting a bunch of random Tailwind properties and things in here. But it does not appear to be compiling in the Tailwind classes being used in that HTML file. Annoying. Do I need @utils in the global CSS? I don't even have a global CSS. They said you have the option of putting it in your HTML or in your CSS. Or. They don't mention it in here. They were so excited about this part when we talked about it. I know they only support v4. I was the one who got that confirmed publicly. Maybe I need development true on. Maybe I don't actually. My honest guess is that the bundler, because with Tailwind, you need to crawl all the files to figure out what classes are being used to bundle them in. My guess is that that part isn't happening, or it is happening to these files, which is incorrect, or it's not happening to these files, and the expectation is it's happening to things being imported deeper down the chain. But right now, I cannot get it to spit out a Tailwind file, which is a CSS file, that includes the classes that are being used here, which is not meeting my expectations of it supports Tailwind now, to say the least. I created this chunk CSS that has, I'm pretty sure all of these are like Tailwind default things. Yeah, all the color stuff, this is all coming from Tailwind. So the Tailwind stuff is being applied, but it's not getting the class names for the text colors and other stuff that we did here. So it's not adding the classes from what we wrote. I don't see how the CSS import would fix anything because it's the CSS is working. Like it is putting the CSS in. It's just not generating the additional parts it's supposed to. Why does that work? That makes no sense. It's a small bug. This is like they just shipped this, but it's kind of silly that if you import directly the Tailwind keyword here, like they show in their example, it won't parse that file for the class names to put in the CSS. But if you just move it one layer out, you're importing this thing that has the add import Tailwind. Now it will parse this file, figure out, oh, text blue 600. I need to add that class to the Tailwind CSS. The path was correct. Stop gaslighting me. The path was correct. The CSS was ending up in the browser. It wasn't parsing the file. The problem wasn't that Tailwind wasn't making it to the browser. The problem was that the class names I used in this file weren't making it to the Tailwind CSS. Yeah. It cut me being gaslit by chat. I don't know why people's brains fall out when there are problems, but every suggestion I have gotten but one about why this was broken is within the dumbest things anyone have ever suggested. The quick TLDR of what is broken, which will probably be fixed by the time this video is out, is if you are importing using the Tailwind CSS keyword, the CSS does make it to the browser, but for some reason, the Tailwind parser that has to go through, see the class names you're using, and then put them in the CSS, it doesn't work. So this is still getting Tailwind's default stuff into the browser, but it isn't getting your class names in. You can tell because when I do it this way, and we load the page, there is no styling at all. There is no default nav style, H1 style. H1, if it wasn't loading Tailwind, like if I just comment this out, you get this. This is without Tailwind at all. This is with unparsed Tailwind, where it is using Tailwind CSS, but it isn't adding the class names for the things we have here. Now it is doing things properly. That is a bug in Bun. That is not me importing the wrong thing. That is Bun not reading the class names from this file when you name this with their helper that does get the CSS to the browser. But this prevents this file from being parsed right now. It is a small bug. I am sure they will fix it. I just need you guys to know that there is a difference here in what is being parsed, not the CSS making it to the browser, because I have seen a lot of really dumb comments where people just don't seem to understand what's going wrong here. Now it is fixed. Cool. And the client reload wasn't working. That was just me refreshing by hand. We get the idea. Bun's bundler works. There's a couple things here with the Tailwind thing. It's clearly the part that's the most new and least ready, so to speak. But how cool is it that without having a crazy config file, a bunch of other stuff in my code base, this is all we have here: a git ignore, a bun lock, a bun fig, an index.ts that imports from HTML files, no config for any of that, and then a boring package JSON and a boring TS config. That's great. This is really cool. Needing that little to get shit done is awesome. It'd be cool if the bun fig wasn't necessary and that it would detect when you import Tailwind to do it, but I get why they can't go quite that far. Overall, holy shit, this is a very promising new way of bundling, because not trying to replace every single piece we're used to, they're trying to throw them all away and let your import tree be how the bundler behaves. I just want to see if this explains why that's broken. It does not. Later. That's it for the core bundler pit with the HTML imports, but there are other cool changes. One that I'm excited about, standalone executables. This is a very useful feature if you want to give somebody a .exe that they can run on Windows. Where's the viral GitHub? Just give me the .exe Reddit. There's a viral post. Please, can I have a fucking exe? A, I don't fucking care about the intricacies of programming in the same way that you don't, and shouldn't have to care about the intricacies of my work. B, it's your job to make the program usable, not mine. If you were writing novels rather than code, it would fall to you to produce a novel I can read, understand, and enjoy. Otherwise, i.e., if I still have to put everything together, you'd at best compile a dictionary, not a novel. C, I get that some geeks might want to enjoy the added benefit of compiling themselves. Me, personally, I don't give a shit, and I never will. Please, can I just have a fucking exe? This is one of my favorite posts ever because it shows how much like the AI brain rot has resulted in normies lurking GitHub thinking it's going to work the same way as the Microsoft App Store. Yeah, this post will forever haunt me. It's the funniest thing I think anyone's ever posted in the dev world. Oh, is there a better one? I'm new to GitHub and I have lots to say. I don't fucking care, or I don't give a fuck about the fucking code. I just want to download the stupid fucking app. Make an exe file and give it to me. These dumb fucks think everyone's a developer. Yes, it is a platform for developers. It is. These posts are so funny and so entertaining for me. And people are coming to the GitHub subreddit to complain that a tool for developers is my favorite thing ever. But because there are these neck breathers, because there are these fucking people that don't have the brain cells or the interest in dev enough, if you build an app with Bun and you would like to give it to somebody who relates to the person whose posts we just read, bun build -- compile will spit out an exe instead of spitting out a TypeScript or JavaScript file. Hilarious. I think this is very useful for a handful of cases. It is certainly not for everyone or for everything, but the fact that you can now build an exe for Windows, give it a custom icon, tell it to hide the console, and just hand it to someone and it should just work, that's a nice win. That's a cool thing. Bytecode caching is really nice. It means that the code that your JavaScript turns into can be stored and reused so that it takes less time to spin up. Very nice. CommonJS output's an interesting feature. I know there's a lot of weird CommonJS versus ESM stuff that Bun does. Cool that they support that. Better CommonJS detection because they let you do both in the same files, which is hard. They're getting better at it. The plugin API is getting better. They have an on before parse, which seems pretty powerful. That's cool. You can inject system environment variables into the bundle when you build. That is very, very cool. Very cool. If you use Next.js, you can do next_public, and then those env variables end up in the bundle. Now with Bun, it's just a config. So nice. Oh, this is so underrated. Banner and footer. This feature is very, very powerful for very specific things. It's useful for putting licenses on top and below of your files. Cool, awesome. This is kick ass for adding use client on top of all of the components that you're exporting from your package for people to put into their code bases in React. Super, super handy. Embedded files lets you see all the files embedded in your standalone executable. Niche, but cool. A lot of fun, interesting things there for the bundler. One of my favorite things now is it's a bit more exciting, is the CSS parser. They looked at Lightning CSS, which was built in Rust and is probably the right way to do CSS bundling nowadays. It is quickly becoming the standard. Tailwind v4 literally just dropped today. It has been fully built on top of Lightning CSS, like from scratch. All the old Tailwind, like post CSS bullshit's been thrown away in favor of this one dependency, and it's awesome. But it's in Rust, and Bun does not love Rust. They are very much a Zig team, and they wanted something that interfaced exactly how they liked with Bun. So they used Lightning as a reference and effectively rewrote it from scratch in Zig. Pretty cool. Wild project. I know there's some controversy, like the Lightning CSS team wasn't super happy to see their work being copied in that way. It's open source. Welcome to this world. I think it's fine. Annoying that became a drama. I think it should be understood as an appreciation, whatever. But it means that you can just import things in CSS and it works. So you can have two CSS, or so you can have other CSS files like foo and bar, and then add import them, and it will compile out and work how you expect instantly. Huge. Awesome. It makes your CSS way more scalable without introducing a bunch of weird syntaxes and other bullshit things. You can even import CSS in JS now. And now when that import tree is being hit, it'll make sure all the CSS gets bundled and embedded in the right places, which makes a lot of sense if you have HTML on top. Awesome. They're also adding fun new they're adding fun new APIs, which aren't node compatible. They're their own thing. Some of them are really nice, like serve. Just having the ability to serve a decent HTTP endpoint, it feels pretty like, it feels a little expressy, but in a pretty convenient way. And having static routes that will be compiled and just always return the right thing, super, super nice. Static routes are up to 40% faster than doing it yourself in the fetch handler. The response body headers and status codes are all cached in memory, so there's no JS allocation or garbage collection. That is huge. The fact that a static page might need to be loaded into memory and then assigned a value and then sent to the user, this can now be handled at comp time using all the fancy things that Zig and Bun enable so that you don't need JavaScript to be hit at all when you're serving a static asset. That is very good. They add UDP sockets. They add UDP sockets. Cool. Nice to see. Bun.file has gotten a lot better. They now have delete, which is scary but nice. They have stat that gets you a lot of info about files. Actually very, very handy. Support for S3 files, and you can do things with those. So you can link a file that's in an S3 bucket or an S3 compat bucket, and it just does the right thing. That's so cool. Bun.color, super, super handy to have colors for things like outputs, transforms, from this to CSS. This is really, really cool, actually. It's cool they added that. DNS prefetch, super handy. So if you know what URLs your app might go to, you don't have to wait on a fetch for it to hit the DNS to get the IP address for it. You can do it on startup, and now future lookups will be immediate. That's really, really cool. I don't know anyone else doing that. Ooh, bun inspect table. That's super convenient. I like that a lot. It's similar to console table, but it returns a string rather than printing to the console. That's actually real nice that you can get that as a string and use it for other shit, like rendering it in the browser. I like that a lot. Finally, a good UUID function built in. Nice. It's V7, not V4. I know that's controversial. SQLite client had some improvements. Ooh, tracking changed rows. Handy. The big int, not really a SQLite thing, so cool that they added that anyways. Here's a fun one. I saw them demoing this. I didn't think they were going to make it in, but compile and run C from JavaScript. Here we have C code, include standard IO and standard lib, and a random TS, import CC from bun FFI. You give it the source, give it symbols, and now I can run a C function in my JS without even having a build step. Why the hell would you want this, though? Well, for advanced use cases, or when you care a lot about performance, you sometimes need to use system libraries from JS. Today, the most common way to do this is by compiling an NAPI add-on using Node.jip. I hate Node.jip so much. Most Node devs do not understand how horrible Node.jip is because most Node devs haven't built crazy system-embedded solutions on top of Electron. I was working on a tool at Twitch called Twitch Studio, which was an Electron app that was a clone of OBS that was rough enough that most of us on the team still used OBS. They have fully killed it. They don't recommend it anymore. I don't even think it'll be in here anymore. Yep. Twitch Studio is dead. Good. That was the wrong project for Twitch to build, and I'm happy that they kind of accepted it. But Twitch Studio used to be an Electron-based desktop app using React and a ton of crazy native C++ code. And the binding between those through JIP was hell. I have a lot of gripes with Node.js, and I'm not the only one. If you've seen Ryan Dahl, the creator of Node's video, the 10 things I regret about Node, the thing that he revealed Dino in, Node.js was one of the biggest complaints he had. Not good. I hate it. I am so thankful that you can do things that normally suck, like embedding C code without having to use a terrible dep like Node.js. That is a good thing. They do it by embedding a C compiler called TinyCC. TinyCC can compile really, really fast, like milliseconds. So it's possible for Bun to compile your C code on demand without a build step. Using the Bun FFI APIs, you can compile and run C code from JS. Here's an example project that uses the NAPI to return a JS string from C code. That's pretty cool. So the NAPI, which is Node API header here, passes something from the environment. And now you can access it, write this string, return it. And in here, we can call hello. We can receive arguments as symbols back and forth. Now we call this, we get a response. That's so cool. That's so cool that this just works now. They also added import attributes, which is really nice. You can, when importing JSON, say with type JSON, text with type text, TOML if you want to import that for some reason. Very handy. Ooh, using got added. Using's a very interesting thing in JS. Watch my upcoming features in JS videos. I talk about this a lot over there. Promise with resolvers. Really, really nice. Promise.try. Finally. Error.isError. God, I hate that this wasn't a thing for so long. Very nice to have this. Bunch of other nice JS features. Oh God, iterator helpers. Finally. I was actually annoyed not having those in Bun before. Very nice they added them. Also some useful web APIs like text decoder stream. Anything else in here is important? Streaming from fetch. Essential. Actually essential. I've been doing a lot of streaming stuff with T3 chat because when you send a message on something like T3 chat, tell me why Bun is better than Node. Include a joke about subscribing to Theo's YouTube channel. Streaming is nice because you see the updates as they're happening instead of having to wait for the whole response to generate on the server and then send it down. Very, very nice to have that. And it's cool that it's being added on almost every layer of all the tools we use because everything supporting streaming means everything can do a lot cooler stuff. Exciting. Where was the joke? Good question. I was going to write more about Bun's performance, but I got distracted watching Theo's YouTube videos. Tried to unsubscribe once, but the button was literally broken. Guess I'm stuck watching his hot takes forever. Not that I'm complaining. X is literally broken video titles. What? I don't think I've ever used the title in that format. I haven't. Good old Claude hallucinating away. Where were we? Port signals are nice. And then a bunch of random behavioral changes. Think you get the idea. One last fun call out. They're hiring. If you're down to work in person in SF and you're interested in all the crazy stuff that they're doing and you're down to work in Zig every day, they're a really cool place to work. I think that mostly covers the cool things going on with the new Bun release. I know it's a dot update. I did not expect it to be this big, but it is making Bun more compelling than ever. And I think it's a clear insight into where Bun is going and what the long-term goals are to solve all of the problems we have with our JavaScript tooling ecosystem. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more down. Their name's user. That's hilarious. Someone who knows Zach, this is very funny. I did see Trey. That's actually the next thing we're going to cover, funny enough. Thank you all for hanging out, by the way. This is some of the craziest viewership we've had on YouTube Live in a minute. Yeah, Tail and V4 dropped today. I told you like 3 times I'm not looking into blind pay for a while. I have to do my job. The more you bring it up, the more annoying it is. I'm sorry, man, but like I can't just... No. Anyways. I want to do these 2 and then probably wrap up. I'm going for 4 hours and I got a lot of other shit I'm supposed to be doing. Did I accidentally cancel the install by closing that? No, I didn't. Cool. You know what? We're going to do the whole setup. There is yet another Cursor in VS Code competitor, and this one is interesting because it's not by some VC-funded startup trying to make a bunch of money or an open source group trying to clone the things they like. This one's by TikTok. Yes, it's a ByteDance project. It's named Trey. It's currently free. I don't know if they plan on charging or if it'll be banned in the TikTok ban or whatever else is going on, but I figured we could all go on this journey together. I just installed it. I have yet to even set it up. But I'm excited to experience Trey with you all and see if this is the future of how we do development with AI or if it's just a weird side project that's going to die. Only one way to find out. And that way is to wait for a quick word. There's only one way to find out, which is to wait through our sponsor break and then see what we have to say. There. I want a better cut there. I want a funnier pun. There's only one way to find out if it's any good, but first, we need to wait through a sponsor. There's only one way to know if it's any good, and the only way we get there is by waiting through the sponsor break. Fourth time charm. There's only one way to figure out if it's any good, but first, a quick break from our sponsor. Don't like that either. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why I'm not liking the way I'm wording things today. There's only one way to figure out if it's any good, but first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. Let's look at the website first before I commit too hard. Trey is an adaptable AI IDE that transforms how you work, collaborating with you to run faster. Collaboration equals you and Trey. Trey is your ideal development partner, seamlessly balancing human and AI capabilities. This dynamic collaboration ensures each task is handled by the most suitable agent, maximizing your productivity. Interesting that they'll automatically pick the right agent for tasks. It's kind of annoying swapping between them. I've even made mistakes when I was doing some gen earlier where I had this set to 01 because I was doing some annoyingly difficult stuff. I keep this on Sonnet most of the time. I forgot to switch off and it's like, wow, this is taking so long to solve a basic problem. And then remembered, oh, this is a basic problem. I need to switch that button. Annoying. They don't do that, which is interesting. Chat to build a project faster. In builder mode, Trey will automatically break down and execute tasks, optimizing each step while letting you preview and control the process. Okay, so it has an agentic flow. Upload images to clarify requirements. that feels like it doesn't deserve a section in your homepage, but it's cool they have it. Get better results with full context. You can tell it what files matter. Everyone has this feature now, but it is effectively essential. I will say the UI actually looks pretty nice. I'm curious how it looks on my smaller screen. Only one way to find that out. Boost efficiency with smart completion. Cool. Everyone has that. It's loved by devs. Get started for free. I'm guessing they'll eventually charge if it does well, but right now it seems to be entirely free. Let's set it up. Get started. Dark. English. Continue. Oh, look at that. They even have an import from Cursor. Not installing the tray command. I have to log in to access the AI features. Fun. Let me do this part quick. Log in and open tray. That was pretty smooth. And here we are. I don't think this is VS Code based. This does not appear to be VS Code based. Oh, wait, no, it is. My extensions are in here. I like my test for that. Very interesting. Let me open a random project. Something I don't care about them having. How about quick pick? That'll be a fun test. Yes, I trust the authors. Can I change things? Oh yeah, this is VS Code for sure. For sure. I wanted to move the sidebar to the side or the right side. Looks like that's not really an option. That's fine. Editor settings close. I will say it looks nice. It looks a lot better than the other clones. Like Cursor, the lack of like good splits between sections means it's hard to grab something there. Everything's a little too big. I can command minus, which helps a bit, but meh. I'm not going to pretend VS Code is pretty. This is actually pretty and is using the screen real estate a lot better than VS Code does. And if I have multiple things open here, like my next config, some component here, page TSX, it doesn't give you enough context on like which page TSX is which. If I have multiple open, oh yeah, it does. Cool. When you have two files of the same name, it does the right thing there. This is one of the better looking VS Code clones. I take back what I said about it using the real estate well though, because it's by not putting these higher up, you're now very deep in. But if you have a big screen or you're a normal person not running at 720p, it's actually probably pretty nice. Apparently, this is what the JetBrains UI looks like. I'm not seeing the similarity here. Yeah, I'm not really seeing the similarity here. Maybe the way the tab bar being like inset slightly works, but I think they did their own thing here with the card style separations of these sections. I really like how the parts are separated and the overall look of this, enough that I'm not like immediately annoyed like I am with a lot of these VS Code forks. This has actual promise. Actually, I like the file view a lot. But none of that is what we're here for. What we're here for is the AI. So let's give it a go. CD, personal, quick pick, status. Git stash. One of the challenges I gave the AI for this project before was to add a feature where it would, on the square image generator, it would pick something from the background, like the most common color, and make it square using that. So like this should not have a white background. And I have white and black as options here, which is nice. But it'd be cool if you didn't have to pick, and it could somehow take advantage of the context it has from the photo to figure out what color makes the most sense. So let's see if Trey is smart enough via Claude. They're only offering Sonnet in 4.0. Interesting. Very interesting. I would have expected since this is by ByteDance, they would have supported some of the crazier work going on with the like Chinese open source models, like DeepSeek in particular. But it's just Claude in 4.0. Interesting. Also, when you know how expensive Claude is, you understand why it's weird they're offering this at all. That is expensive. It's literally Fleet. What's Fleet? Okay, I take back what I said. This is identical. Fine. They are copying. Fine. They are copying JetBrains, just not their normal code editor. I forgot about Fleet because I don't personally use or think much about JetBrains stuff. But it's a good UI. They copied from a good place. But that is actually hilarious. I want to give this some hard problems, though. By default, you know what? We'll start with the builder, which is in beta, thankfully. Does it know what file we are in right now? Go smart enough to use the one I'm in right now. When a user uploads a picture, we should analyze it to figure out what color is most common on the border and use that as the default color or the default background color. We shall see how it does. Interesting. It's multiple steps. I saw it stop and then start again. So their system prompt asks, how do we solve the problem? And then it reprompts saying, okay, we have this. Let's do it. I don't like that it's not showing us the code gen happening. It's just doing it. Interesting. You don't see the streamed in responses figuring it out. But it does throw it here. I'm really liking the UI of this, that it puts this here. I feel like a lot of the UI in Cursor is stuffed random places. I should have given the bias check earlier. I'm sorry. I am an investor in Cursor, so expect me to be a bit harsher on things and count for some bias. I did not think I would like Cursor, and it has become my editor of choice. I quite like it. But I'm not going to sit here and defend its weird UI quirks that there are quite a lot of, especially on the resolution I run. This seems nice, though. We can see fill style, background color detected, color or background color. I don't know, it's giving me the option still. A couple type errors. Let's just YOLO it and see if it works. Upload, same image. Detected color. Okay. Good sign so far. Let's give it something more challenging. Something that has a different background. Oh, that one's already a square. God damn it. That one's not a good example. I'm just going to go make an example in it, image. We'll give it a fun challenge. We'll make this red, which is funny because that's the default color the other square image tool has. And I'll put some other things in it, like a black rectangle. Export this as demo image. Cool. And if this code works properly, what this should now do is make, oh yeah, cool. It one-shotted it. All the other AI tools failed at this task. So it seems like its agentic flow of confirming what it wants to do before doing it is actually behaving well. This is one of my like harder stress tests for these. And it figured it out first try. It did complex image parsing where it rendered the image into canvas. It then collected all the edge pixels by going around the canvas width and height and adding all of those values to the array. And then it uses them. Yeah, edge pixels.reduce. And it keeps track of each color and how common it is. Small thing. Most common color is the biggest. Yeah. Look at that. It's actually decent code, minus the type errors. You just put some exclamation points or question marks and it would be right, though. I'm impressed. I expected a lot worse. I like legitimately didn't think this would go that well. What are some more fun tests we can give it? Let's have it clone a UI. Let's make a new route for fun. Let's have it clone the T3 chat UI. They have inline chat here still. Hotkey to open that up. Nice. Let's make a new chat. I'm going to not tell it the file I'm in and see if it figures that out. I am creating a new page that is an AI chat bot. Not worry about backend. Just use mock data. I have attached an example of how it should look. Let's see if it knows where to put it, and if it should use, or if it knows to use Tailwind, and if it takes advantage of the other things that this project has. Figured out that I should go in demo, even though it didn't have that context manually tagged. That is a very good sign. Gonna move this slightly so you guys can see without me blocking it quite as much. I don't like that you can't see what is happening here, and there's no way to see until it is done. Making UI that does that, specifically doing syntax highlighting as tokens are flooding in, is rough. I'm in the middle of writing my own syntax highlighter for T3 chat because of how hard it is to do that. So I sympathize with them choosing not to. It failed. Very interesting. I wonder if this was it not generating something to its own satisfaction or if the stream just failed. I haven't paid anything and it's letting me use Sonnet, which is expensive. Like this one request costs 30 cents minimum. Like these are not cheap to run. I've learned that the hard way very quickly with T3 chat. So it's possible they're rate limiting the hell out of it. I don't think they are, But I am sorry for whoever has to pay the bill once this video goes live and everyone realizes, oh, you can get Claude Sonnet for free if you use this one specific AI tool. It's actually fascinating that they're giving this out for free right now because Sonnet is not cheap. If they were doing it with DeepSeek, I would be less surprised. But the fact they're doing it like this is genuinely a little horrifying. So yeah, if you really want free Sonnet, here you go. Let's accept this. See how it works. New to use Tailwind. It even made some SVGs. I'm very curious to see how those come out. I have no idea how this is going to go. This might be surprisingly good or really uncanny valley. /demo. Moment of truth. What the fuck? It actually did pretty good. Huh. Not bad. Stop saying it's better than T3 chat, you nerds. We're cooked. God damn it, guys. AI is replacing my job. If the UI was the hard part of T3 chat, my job would have been replaced long ago. There are so many annoying things. Like it's so funny to me when people say that T3 chat is just a ChatGPT wrapper because the things I'm spending my time on are so absurd. But yeah, that was impressive. I am genuinely surprised it could do that one shot that well. Yeah. A lot to think about. None of that will work because I told it to mock everything, but like, yeah, I think the SVGs being hallucinated but accurate is kind of insane. I'm sure that they are grabbing it from something in the LLM's history that it knows is an SVG that fits for a search icon, but it's kind of crazy that it generated SVGs that fit this well. Kind of crazy. If you've ever had SVGs generated from other tools, even like V0 or StackBlitz Bolt.new, SVGs are a big challenge. And like the link icon is right. That's good. I'm impressed. I don't even know what to throw at it. It was not the fastest thing for generating this, but it did not just a good job, a phenomenal one. This is actually, in my opinion, the first real competitor I've experienced for Cursor where I could see myself actually using it. I'm not going to move because I have a bunch of workflows baked into Cursor and I'm happy with it. But it's kind of crazy that, of all people, ByteDance and TikTok just dropped a random free IDE that is that good. If your hesitation using tools like this is that they're too expensive, go enjoy this while it's free. You might be surprised at how nice these workflows are. They are. I don't know if I'd be confident enough to put this on a production code base that I don't want ByteDance to have access to the source code for. So like I won't open this on T3 chat because there are too many secrets in there that are not available for others to have for free. But this is solid. This isn't just okay. This is the first VS Code fork that I've seen in a minute that feels genuinely different and actually really smooth. I didn't have a single UI quirk, not a single thing where the UI did something stupid that I wouldn't expect it to. It generated quality responses. And it seems solid. I'm curious if y'all have any pushback on it. Like, what am I missing here? This seems just good. They have Command K. They do as like the VS Code thing where it sets up your hotkeys to trigger another one. Yeah, the short keys aren't broken on Windsurf. Yeah, I had so many problems with Windsurf. I unlisted the video because people were pissed. I don't care. Windsurf was a really, really bad experience for me. It just did not work at all how I would expect an IDE to. This just kind of behaved. This just kind of worked. I haven't tried pair yet. I've been meaning to. But overall, this actually seems solid. I will be keeping an eye on Trey for sure. I'm curious how y'all feel, though. Are you going to give this a shot? And if you are, is it just because it's free or because you're actually excited about what they're building? I like seeing more people trying to improve the experience we have using AI with our dev tools, because once it clicks how useful these things are, it's really hard to go back. I love Cursor, but Trey seems like a really good option for those who are interested. Curious what you guys end up doing and how you feel about yet another AI-based IDE. Until next time, peace, nerds. Yeah. Let me not forget to do the end marker. I hate that I basically did 2 pieces of Chinese propaganda today with the DeepSeek video and this, but they're good. I still think TikTok should be banned in the US, but yeah, that went better than expected. Oh, the ice video came out today too. Fuck, that's 3 in a day. Fuck. That, I swear that was 1000% unintentional, and I'm going to get so much shit for this. Yeah, the last sentence. On this note, one of the scariest things is when the AI autocomplete in my editor triggers in my environment variable file. When Supermaven first went live, that was the biggest complaint I had, and they did a hot fix where they just blocked it from ever running on env files. Cursor loves to autocomplete my environment variables. That is not a good thing. I didn't really. I probably should have tried the autocomplete, but I'm done with the video. We got 4 out. Do I sneak this one out? I've been thinking about this a lot. I think I have the rant in me. I think I can do this one at a reasonable length. Only one way to find out. Wait, does Arc not, or does Zen not have the hotkey take precedent over Excalibur either? That's really annoying, actually. Zen browser. Nice stream. Yeah. Well, we'll see if they have an answer for me. I'm going to close that editor. What's nice here is I know even if the answer is no, it'll be no, but we can fix it. We'll see if they figure it out. Anyways. Is any local LLM worth using as a copilot? I would say no. Thank you for the support, by the way, Thomas. Really appreciate it. From my experience, the local LLMs just have not caught up. And whenever one gets decent, some massive thing happens with the general model space that makes those models just feel bad. Whatever, I'll check on that again later. Marker. I'm going to need you guys to hear me out on this one. I know it is a take that seems absurd. React is the last framework. There have been like 6 since. What the hell am I talking about? This is a complex thing. It's a thought that I've been haunting myself with for almost a year now, and I'm still trying to figure out the right way to explain it. What I mean isn't no one's ever going to try to make new tools or solutions. What I mean here is something a little more subtle and complex. I think as abstractions continue to grow and change, and AI tools infect the way that we build and think about what we build, the role of a framework is changing in a fundamental way. And it's changing in a way that's going to make it nearly impossible for new frameworks to come out and compete with React as the... I want to retake the whole thing. Fuck it. Attempt 2. Okay, I know it's a bit controversial, but I need you guys to hear me out. Yes, sure, there have been a lot of frameworks that have come out since React, but React is the last framework doesn't just mean that things haven't... I almost want to write a real intro for this one. Because an important enough video, this is important enough video, it deserves a really good intro. Yeah, fuck it. We'll do it live. Oh shit, thank you, Alex. Someone on my team grabbed that so I have it when I need it in a bit. Anyways. Okay, I need you guys to hear me out on this one more than usual. I know the title just seems fake, right? Like there have been so many frameworks since React. How is it the last one? This is a complex topic, and it's a thing I've been thinking about for a while. When I say React's the last framework, I don't mean that there aren't other tools that have come out since. I mean something a little bit deeper and a little more confusing. I think it's important for us all to understand how our tools are changing, and importantly, what AI does to this whole ecosystem. Things are different from how they've ever been, and the way we think about the abstractions, the frameworks, and the libraries we use needs to change as a result. When I say React is the last framework, I mean it. But what I mean is React is the last framework that will reach a certain level of adoption. And I think React might even be hurting from this too. I don't think the future's about to get very... Code and development... How do I want to do the transition? I'll just cut here. Things in the software dev world are about to get very, very weird. And I want to make sure we understand what the impacts of these things are and how AI represents a weird change that we can't really walk back from. It's time to talk about why React is the last framework. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Okay, this was going to be controversial, so I need to do my best to try and explain how I think about this. We're going to start with something that has nothing to do with code at all. We're going to start with cars. As hard as it is to imagine, there was a world before cars. It feels impossible because when you go outside, you immediately see streets, parking spots, and driveways, and garages, and a whole system built around cars and how cars work. Before then, there were horses, and things were built around that. I know that because I'm from Boston, and navigating the city sucks because the streets were made too thin. Why the hell am I talking about cars then? I'm talking about them because once a certain level of adoption hit, the format of a car and the format of the streets the car goes on kind of were locked in. There's a certain width that a street or a lane is, there's a certain width that a street or lane is expected to be. If you make a car that is narrower than is needed for that street, you don't get much benefit, because if the street is this wide and most cars are like that, obviously they're longer, but if this is your car and this is the street lines, making a car like this isn't super beneficial. Making a car like this makes no sense at all. There's a whole bunch of optimizations that you could theoretically make that would meaningfully improve parts of how a car operates that literally do not matter because the streets are how they are. And even if all modern cars were suddenly manufactured in a way where they were 30% narrower with no negative, the streets aren't going to change because there are too many cars out already that people already own that are expecting streets to be a certain size. You cannot change the way that cars operate on a fundamental level. What you can change is things inside of the car. You can change how it's powered. You can change how it's laid out. You can change how certain aspects of the car experience work. But you cannot change the way the car operates with the world around it, because there are too many cars to do that. There is a threshold that has been met with the number of cars in the streets that fundamentally changes our ability to innovate, where we no longer can make changes to the car itself. We can only make changes inside of it. The car is React. Hear me out. We need to agree with a couple core points before we go forward. One, React, one. When I say this, I don't mean every single app ever is using React. What I mean is when new tools and solutions come out, they usually support React. When new projects are being spun up, they're usually spun up in React. When teams are investigating solutions, React is an option. And when a third of developers start a project for the first time, that is, a third of devs are starting their coding journey, not with HTML, not with JavaScript, not with Python, with React. Even if you don't agree, React won. The compromise I hope we can all agree on is there is a shitload of React code on the web. An absolute, nearly impossible to fathom amount of React code exists. And because of that, there's a ton of data that and because of that, there's a ton of data that the AIs can train on. We'll get to that in a minute because there's a couple more parts we have to consider. React has a very strong ecosystem. There are so many solutions to pretty much every problem you can run into with React. I won't say they're all great. They certainly vary a lot in quality. And the fact that React needs these tools has resulted in disasters now, like Webpack. But it is reality that there is now a strong ecosystem with countless solutions to most of the problems that you could possibly run into. Generally speaking, ignoring all of the AI stuff, if you're building something with React and you're running into a problem, you're 2 Google searches max away from finding a solution. Now imagine you're an AI and you've already indexed all these solutions. This is where the magic kicks in that makes this feel very real. The AI has already decided for us. Since there is such an absurd amount of data to train AI on that is React code, and because there is a whole ecosystem of solutions, and there's, most importantly, endless Stack Overflow posts. There are almost certainly more posts on Stack Overflow asking how to solve a problem in React than there are asking how to solve a problem in Laravel or Rails. Because Laravel and Rails provide solutions. You don't need to Google search for them. You go to the Laravel docs and there's a solution right there, which means there is less data. And data is what determines what an AI recommends. Not the quality of the answer, not the happiness of the user, simply the number of examples the AI has in its training data set. So whether or not you think these are good things or bad things or something in between, they do represent a reality that we live in today, which is that AIs will regularly, randomly jump on React syntax and the React way of doing things, even if you're not using React. And if you've worked in a code base using Solid, using any of these AI tools, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Hell, if you've worked in an Elixir code base using any of these tools, you know what I'm talking about. They have this uncanny ability to just default back to React TypeScript. It's just how they think, because it's what so much of the data they're trained on is. So how are you supposed to make something better? You can only do like a marginal improvement. Even Solid, like I'm not going to sit here and pretend Solid's a worse framework. In so many ways, Solid is a genuinely better framework than React. It takes the right lessons from React and applies them in a way that is more performant, super ergonomic, and incredibly, incredibly powerful. The fact that it feels like an incremental improvement to React, at the very least in the syntax, like if you haven't seen Solid.js syntax, if you've written React, you'll understand immediately what I'm saying. Can I break this out? Okay, cool. Look at this. Counting component. Count, set count equals create signal. Interval, set interval. It increases the count every second. On cleanup, it clears it. You return, count value is count. If you weren't looking closely, you could mistake this for React. And that is part of the problem. Because it looks so much like React, AI can't distinguish the two. And when there is Solid code that they have maybe 100 examples of, and React code that conservatively they have 100,000 examples of, you can see why it would look at Solid code and assume it's React before it answers the question. This makes it nearly impossible to compete because you're no longer just trying to make an incremental improvement. To go back to the car example, you're not trying to compete with other cars anymore. You're now trying to compete with the street. And if you make a car that is 20% better than other cars, but it isn't compatible with the streets that we use today, no one's going to touch it. React is the car, the data is the street. The sheer volume of AI training data that is already in existence that these models have been trained on means that even the React team can't improve React now. Adding new features to React will make things harder for React devs, not just because, oh, there's so many things I have to keep track of. Makes things harder because the AI models we use and ask questions to about these things aren't going to know the answers. I already run into this a lot. Hell, when I was doing all my Stripe stuff, I asked every AI model, how do I keep a user from subscribing twice? And they all gave really bad recommendations on how to do it in my code base. After going to Google instead, I found that somewhat recently, they added a switch to turn off the ability for one customer to subscribe 2 times. And none of the models had been updated recently enough to have that data in them. And even if they were, that data existing doesn't trump the massive amount of data with the old solution. Making new solutions isn't going to be an immediate guaranteed win the way it used to be, because the resources we go to are so much more baked. And the way that if you go to an old Stack Overflow post, and you're like, oh, that's from 2009, maybe it's not accurate. You don't get that with these AI tools. They don't tell you how old the data they're referencing is because they're not referencing one thing. They're referencing 100,000 things. So they don't even keep track of anymore because it's all just weird neural paths that they've built. So you don't have the ability to filter out old data or recognize when the thing that you're using might be the old way of solving the problem, which means improving the way to solve the problem doesn't benefit us the way it used to. If theoretically React was to fundamentally change their syntax, if they made it, I don't know, I can't even think of a good example. But if React was to make a real syntactical change to how we structure our components, it would not be used by most React devs, simply because most of them are now using these tools. They're asking ChatGPT for help, and none of that stuff's going to know about the new features. And all of the data it's been trained on, already exists. When the streets are already laid, you can't really propose a new type of car that requires a different type of street. It makes obvious sense. You can't make a car that is wider than the streets we have. It's hard to justify a car that's narrower than the streets we have. And it's hard to make a car that is a shape that doesn't fit the streets we have. It's just obvious. But with the AI data, it's less obvious, but it's the same problem. We have too much reference to the current way of doing things for a new way to really catch on. And that is terrifying to me. The thought that the React code we're writing today looks identical to the React code we'll probably be writing in 10 years. I don't love that thought. I like watching these tools improve and grow. I saw that Ryan Carniato, the creator of Solid, is in chat. He's one of my favorite human beings. He called out the Foundation TV adaptation where the emperor clones himself to the point of stagnation. Yeah, that's what we're talking about here. We are just going to be copy pasting what we have forever. The AI tools have, in some ways, doomed us to a world where we are never writing code better than the code we used to write. It might be simpler, and we could remove parts, but it's a lot harder to add a new thing when the toolbox has kind of been like solidified by the AI data and the AI models that have been trained on that data. So how do we move forward? How can a framework like React improve if the AI tools won't understand the improvements? The React team has actually planned for this, and not in a way any of us could have predicted. The React compiler guarantees that React syntax isn't going to meaningfully change again. The React compiler, for those who aren't familiar, is effectively, in its current state, an auto-memoizer. Instead of having to write code where you memoize every element by hand, where you memoize and use callback wrappers around all the things that could change in order to prevent React from re-rendering when it doesn't need to, the compiler statically analyzes each file, finds the places where things can be memoized, and does all of it for you. It lets you write less code and simpler code, not different code, just worse code pre-compiler, where you can just go through and delete all the used memos and callbacks. And now the compiler will output the optimized version. This is cool because most of these AI models aren't going to add a used memo call until you tell them to anyways. But it's not, but why do we care? Why does an auto-memoization layer come up in a video about React being the last framework? The output of React compiler isn't even as fast as Solid. Solid is still faster than what compiler can do at its best. What it can do now is much more interesting. We need to think about the layers of our tools. At the very, very bottom, in this chaotic pile of stuff, we have assembly instructions. Obviously, it goes deeper. So I don't go insane. We'll say assembly instructions are at the bottom. Then we have languages that don't suck, like C, C++, languages that compile to assembly. Then we have all sorts of ergonomic tools and things built on it. We can ignore all of that, though. I want to be simpler. We then have tools that are built with those things that are things like runtimes. So something like the JS runtime is an abstraction that lives on top there. And then we have above that our JS code. But that JS code isn't the code that we're writing anymore. We've added more levels of abstraction over time. We actually added a bundler and a build step so that we can write more ergonomic code. I'll just call this React JSX TypeScript. We have abstracted from assembly all the way up to this React, JavaScript, TypeScript thing. And we live in this level of abstraction. Sometimes we'll dive into the bundler, very rarely, but sometimes we'll look at the JS code. But most JS devs don't know anything about V8. I know that for a fact, because I've talked to a lot of them about it, and they get very confused very quickly. We live in this abstraction layer. Do you know who else does? AI tools. Ask an AI tool to help you with an obscure bundle thing that happened because of a code change they made here. Every time it will shit itself. I have had zero luck debugging hard build problems, hard bundle problems, and generally speaking, the things around my JS code. Generally speaking, very, very generally speaking, as you go down here, you get paid more and AI gets worse. The AI gets worse at solving problems the further down you go. But as we have already established, this block can't really change anymore. If you improve this block in meaningful ways, the AI isn't going to catch on to it. It's not going to want to change the syntax. And on top of it, rather than just thinking about all the data the AI is trained on, think about the size of the code bases that are using React. Facebook can't make a real change to React syntax because they have too much React code at Facebook to justify the change. It would be nearly impossible for them to make a meaningful syntax change to React that would benefit the whole code base for all the different products at Facebook. So they don't. They've effectively stumbled onto the AI problem independently just by having a ton of code and not wanting to ever change it. Which is why they added an additional layer between. The React compiler. What's cool here is this layer is where all of the innovation can happen now. If React wants to introduce signals, if React wants to introduce new ways for context to behave and trigger updates, if React wants to introduce fundamental new features in the React runtime that allow it to run way simpler and faster, previously, we would expect syntax changes and behavior changes in the code up here in order to enable that. But the React compiler is now the place where change will happen in React. That is the ultimate win that the React compiler introduces, is instead of the innovation happening here, instead of the React team spending their time here, they can kind of treat React itself, like the library and the syntax in particular. That can now be treated as complete. And the innovation and the changes that make React continue to improve can happen in this other layer instead. This is awesome because a new version of React introducing awesome new functionality and behaviors and performance wins does not require any change to this layer at all. Magical. But also kind of terrifying. We never got JSX 2.0. There's a lot of things JSX doesn't do right that I would like to change. Why do we still write class name? We can write class. Our bundlers can handle it. Solid proves that. You don't do class name in Solid, you do class in Solid. The React compiler allows for things that aren't just like ergonomic in our code wins, but are actual deeper wins to change. But the syntax we use today and React, not the framework, but React, the language, is effectively complete. And I'm not sure anything else can come in and win simply because of the staying power that AI has now solidified. Do you know what made me start thinking about this? Because it had nothing to do with React. The reason I started thinking about this is something else kind of AI. Python. Python is a bad language and a worse ecosystem. The state of Python tools is atrocious. I cannot believe it is the default language for as many things as it is. Every time I do anything in Python, I quickly regret it and regret even being an engineer at times. It is horrifying how bad things like virtual environments are. It is depressing how hard it is to take working Python code and put it in a bundle that I could send to a user and have it execute on their machine. It is a shit show. And I don't know how anyone can talk shit on the JS ecosystem having too many solutions for problems when they don't have a way to install a fucking package that makes sense. It's insanity. Yet Python continues to grow every year. The thing I had to accept, the more I thought about Python's continued success, is that being good doesn't matter anymore. And I hate that. I genuinely hate this. This makes me feel horrible. The fact that Python can beat out so many significantly better languages just by being first and having staying power. Hell, Python's staying power is so strong that it took 10 years for Python 2 to not be the default anymore after Python 3 came out. Python has so much staying power despite being shit that they can't even upgrade Python correctly. That's insane. The hot take here that I think is really important is Python 2 to Python 3 will never happen again. It can't. The AI will not allow this. If a syntax change as big as Python 2 to 3 happens, we'll never move to the new thing. It can't happen. That's why projects like Mojo are so interesting, because instead of trying to make a new syntax, they're trying to take the existing shit syntax and make it run in a way that isn't hellish. These types of moves for established tools cannot happen anymore. They just straight up cannot happen, because like the move from 2 to 3 only ultimately happened because enough wins happened in Python 3 and enough of the ecosystem moved over that people begrudgingly made the change. But if Python 2 code was easier to write than Python 3 code, and the AI tools could AI autocomplete the Python 2 code and would hallucinate Python 2 syntax when you wrote Python 3 all the time, we would never have made the move to Python 3. It actually would not have happened. This realization has haunted me for about a year now. That things like the Angular Red Wedding or the Python 2 to 3 move, they can't happen now. And rather than eat that cost and deal with it when they get there with React, they kind of accepted that React hooks and function components are the language, and the language can no longer change. That sucks in a lot of ways. And it does genuinely make me sad that the code that we write today won't look meaningfully different from the code we write in 10 years. Because if you look at even just web code from 3 years ago, it looks so different from the code we write today. But I think we're at the end of that. And that's a sad thing to realize. I am thankful that React has architected itself in a way where it can continue to innovate and improve without needing to change the language, because now they can keep making React better. But it's sad that if someone made something that was 10 times better syntactically and ergonomically than React, it effectively can't win. There are other ways we can win, though. To go back once again to the car example, we can change how things work in the car, and that's what the React compiler is doing. It allows them to change how things work inside of React. We can't change how we write React, but we can change how it works on the inside. This would be things like the move to electric. A move to electric can absolutely happen because it will fundamentally improve, or because it doesn't change how the car interfaces with the street around it. The React runtime in the React reconciler can improve because it doesn't affect the code that we write directly. While I agree with Ryan's sentiment here that people will only eat so much shit, I think good enough is a real place that we have gotten to. And while React could be improved in so many ways, many of which the React team themselves will even admit, if it's not a 10x win, no one's going to bite. And I don't think anything offers a 10x win. In fact, my conversations with you, Ryan, have helped push me over here, where it almost feels like the closer that React gets to right, the more frustrated you are with it. Where when React was 70% correct, 30% wrong, it's like, yeah, they suck. They're making a bunch of mistakes. We can go make something better. But when I got closer to 90% right and 10% wrong, that 10% wrong gets so much more frustrating when you see how close they are to doing things right. But at the same time, it's so close to right that nobody cares anymore. And even if they did care, if the AI will write the part that is tedious and annoying, and the compiler will compile out the parts that are buggy and slow, how much of that 10% even affects the average React dev anymore? And if the convenience of the AI generating half of this layer for you is greater than the frustrations you have with that layer, meh. It's hard to see a path out here. And this is like, when I was at Twitch, they used to call me the Svelte guy because I was so excited about Svelte 3. My break into the scene was working with Ryan on cool Solid.js stuff. My second ever actual video was me rewriting an app in Solid because I was so excited about the potential of the framework. I love all of these new tools and technologies. I genuinely love to see how the ecosystem improves and changes over time. I don't think we're ever going to get another TRPC. I don't think we're going to get another Solid. I don't think we're going to get another React hooks moment. I think the future of innovation in the way we work with our dev tools is over. And the innovation is how we command the systems and orchestrate the code itself. But since we now have this abstraction layer that's slightly higher of the AI tools generating the code, it is harder than ever to change this layer. And I hope you guys understand why this has given me this controversial take that I don't believe there will be another framework that really meaningfully catches on. I genuinely hope this is one of those videos that I'm just wrong in, similar to the AI won't advance anymore one that I was just totally off on. It happens. I'm not presenting this because I want to be right. I'm presenting this because I dread that I might be right here. And I hope people like Ryan can win. But I am not positive the world is set up in a way where they can. And thinking on how hard it was to make Python 3 happen, the fact that there is more friction than ever and more holding us to the things we use today, I'm not sure that there will be a tool of tomorrow. And I hope y'all could prove me wrong. I don't have much else here. I'm curious how y'all feel about this theory, though. Are we at the end of frameworks? Is this the end of innovation as we know it? Or am I overblowing this, thinking AI tools are too relevant? Genuinely want to know what you guys think. Please don't stop making new tools and solutions and frameworks. Certainly not from this video. The thought of somebody who might have been the creator of a future framework not doing it because of me is terrifying. I just want to express how I'm feeling as I think about this stuff more and more. Curious how y'all feel, though, so let me know. And until next time, peace, nerds. Thank you, Ryan. If you didn't like how I structured that video, then it wasn't a good video. I know you don't agree, but the point of the video isn't to have everyone agree. It's to just get this out of me because I've been thinking too much about it. I went on a long rant about this fucking yesterday. Oh, shit. That's exciting. I'll definitely check that out. I'm also very curious how this will perform. Make sure a React rendering video is out first. The memoization one with Aiden's stuff. Cool. We got our 3 priority videos I'm actually genuinely really curious how they do. The fact that I'm doing 3 pieces of China propaganda in 3 days is going to be terrifying, but cool. Got these 2 that I'm sure won't be controversial at all. I'm feeling pretty good. I would go longer, but Ben is here. I have a lot of other work I need to do. I also need to eat. Apparently, they already found a solution to my problem here. Interesting. Can I set this default? Oh, can I set this per site? That actually sounds really nice. If I could just have these guys not override my defaults. I love this. Zen, you keep winning me over, you insane fucking bastards. They blocked the @Theo in their Discord to make my life less chaotic. That is, I've never felt so cared for as a creator. I am so hyped for Zen. This is good. I like these guys. They're going places. They actually care and understand and go out of their way. The future is bright. Give it an honest go. I've been very impressed. I could send one of them in M4 Max, or I could send 2 or 3 of them in M1, which is basically just as fast. We're sending them M1s. I don't even have an M4. I'm on an M2, and I'm fine. I almost upgraded for Wi-Fi 7, and then it didn't have Wi-Fi 7. That's a long rant for another time. I already have it on my second channel. I am happy. I had stressful moments this stream, but everything worked out. This is one of the better streams I've had recently. Thank you all for hanging out. That is not what I was trying to do there. How do I... There we go. Need to figure out who we're raiding. Anybody do I owe a raid to? Now let's check out the category. Can I turn off the auto stream thing forever? I know there's a setting for it somewhere. There we go. Randy could be fun. Midnight Simon's doing React and Remix. That actually sounds like a good fit for y'all. I'm throwing you there. Get his handle right. I did. Have fun there. Might stream this weekend, but not looking likely. Expect me on Wednesday, but keep an eye on the channel because there's a lot of cool stuff coming. And keep using T3 chat because it's really fucking good. I'm so proud of what we built there. Enjoy it. Play with it. Abuse our free tiers. And I'll see y'all probably next week. So long. Goodbye to YouTube as well.